a warm welcome to each and every one of you. And if you have any questions, suggestions, clarifications, or just want to say hi, please feel free to message me over the chat tool. Right, over to you, Mark.
Thanks very much, Alexia. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to be kind of floating around in the background in case anyone has any technical issues. I'll try my best to help out. So before we start, I'm just going to do a bit of housekeeping, if that's okay. So the first thing to note is that this whole conference is being recorded. Not only is the video and the audio recorded, but the chat is also recorded. So you should know that before the start. And I know that you would, I'm sure, be nice to one another anyway, but if that weren't incentive enough, please be polite to one another and to the speakers when you ask questions. Now is probably a good time to test out making sure you know how to mute yourself and turn your videos off. So for the majority of the time, please keep yourself muted with your video off. Obviously, if you're a speaker, then you turn your video on. And if you want to ask questions, if you can perhaps direct your questions to Alexia and Jen, and they will curate your questions and then pass them on to the speaker. You can, by the way, you can do that if you click on the chat button. You can direct your question to an individual rather than directing it to everyone. If you see at the bottom of the chat bar, there's a 2, and it should default to everyone, but you can choose the person that you want to direct your questions to. Feel free to ask me any technical questions if you're having difficulties. Now, so the next thing is, it would be really useful if everybody would use their full names. And to do that, at the bottom of your screen, if you click the participants button, if you then hover over your name, you should see 2 buttons. One should say mute, and the other button should say more. If you click on the more button, it will give you the option to rename. So if you haven't done so already, please rename yourself with your full name. The only other thing I think I should say is that the speakers are going to share their screens. They're going to share probably PowerPoint presentations. While they're doing that, a useful thing for you to do, what you'll see is you'll see the presentation, but you'll also see a few people's different videos up on the screens. To prevent everybody else's videos from basically crowding out the PowerPoint presentation, you'll see an option on the top of the videos, and what I suggest is that you select Show Small Active Speaker. That will just mean that one video will be up, which will probably be the speaker. And that's around about it. Have a wonderful conference.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Mark. Right, so I'm going to introduce our first keynote speaker, and then I'm going to hand over to him. So, hang on a sec, just a little bit of technical delay. Okay. So, where was I? I'd like to welcome Dr. Niall Moore, who's our first keynote speaker. I'm sure a lot of you will know Niall already. Niall's a leading expert on invasive species and is the head of the GB Non-Native Species Secretariat. For those of you who may not know, such as some of our international guests today, the Non-Native Species Secretariat has a responsibility for helping to coordinate the approach to invasive non-native species in Great Britain. They're responsible to a programme board which represents the relevant governments and agencies of England, Scotland and Wales. Niall is also the DEFRA Chief Non-Native Species Officer. Right, so I'm just going to hand over to Niall, if I can make that happen fairly easily. 2 seconds. Okay.
And I press share screen, do I?
Yes, that's what you want to do, yeah.
Okay, here goes. This could end in disaster.
I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine.
Ah. share. I have a whole lot of, can you see it? Yeah.
Yes.
Splendid. Now, which bit
So
which
if
bit can I?
Niall, if you
I'm
now go to
pressing the
slideshow.
slideshow. Yeah, I'm pressing it. Okay. Sorry, it didn't work. Okay. Thank you, Mark. It's always good to have the technician on site, especially one who is as excellent as yourself have already proved to be. Okay, thank you very much for that introduction, Alexia. I'm glad it didn't go on too long. And I feel like as a keynote speaker, being the kind of warm-up act for the real keynote speaker who is coming shortly after me, that's Piero, who eclipses me quite substantially. Anyway, thank you, Alexia and co, for inviting me to be the first keynote speaker at Rapid Revelations Conference. It's a real privilege to be here. And this is the first time I've done this sort of thing on screen. I keep looking at myself, which is just annoying rather than looking at the screen. As Alexia said, I head the Non-Native Species Secretariat for GB. So for those of you who don't know, that's England, Scotland and Wales. Hopefully shortly to be the UK, so therefore include Northern Ireland as well. What I'm going to talk about today is the GB invasive non-native or invasive alien species strategy, whichever way you like to put it, it's the same thing. What are we doing? Where are we going now? Okay, so without further ado, a lot of you will be familiar with this document, which was basically the first GB strategy, which was launched in 2008. So this is about 2 years after the Secretariat was established, mostly written by DEFRA colleagues and myself at the time. It kind of sets out a high-level policy framework under which all the action on invasive species within government actually at least fits. So, I mean, a lot of these documents can be a right pain in the backside, but actually this is really, really useful. It's a very useful framework document, especially because it has almost 50, but not quite, we didn't quite get there, 49 key actions, which effectively say what government wants to achieve and by when. It was reviewed 5 years after it was first launched, so in 2013 to 14, which seems relatively recent, but actually it's a hell of a long time ago when you think about it. And the next speaker, Piero Genovese, was one of 2 international experts that we drafted in to help us review the strategy and put what we're doing in GB into sort of an international context. Lots of other people, I'm sure a lot of people who've dialed in actually fed in as well. It was a massive undertaking, the review of the strategy. And that resulted in it being relaunched back in 2015, so August 2015, which is all of 5 years now. It was a rather different world then, pre-Brexit vote and pre-COVID. So this time we managed to scrape another 10 actions together. So we went up to 59 key actions, very exciting. And overall, the strategy showed that actually the GB was doing pretty well, but we did need more input in various areas, and including resources. Particularly, we needed to be doing more in the line of prevention, more rapid responses, that our long-term control and our local action needed to be more strategic in its outlook. And also, one of the actions in the what am I talking about? The strategy from 2015 was actually to review the resources needed to implement the strategy, and at the time the EU regulation. So, sorry, every time I hit this blooming thing, some of my screen disappears. It's asking me to admit Joe Neville, but I don't know whether I should or not.
No, do you want?
Yeah, don't worry about admitting anyone till after your talk.
Yeah, no, it's just that it's covering a chunk of my screen.
So perhaps do you
so I can't see what I'm going to say.
Do you want to make me or Alexia the host, and then we can
sorry, it's all right. I've admitted him. Hopefully, hopefully he'll go away, or others will go away. Welcome, Joe. But what I was wondering is, what would actually success look like in implementing, the strategy? What are we talking about here? Oops. Nothing's happening, chaps. I'm pressing the
PowerPoint not working, or?
No, yeah. Here we go. So, okay, so divided into prevention, so I'm looking at the Convention on Biological Diversity strategic hierarchy. So prevention, early warning, rapid response, and long-term control. So what would success look like? The first thing we did, or one of the things we did, was we looked at the other biosecurity regimes, or the biosecurity regimes in Britain. So we have 4. Some of you will know about this already, but some of you may not. We've got plant health, and we have 3 dealing with animal health. 1 with livestock and poultry, that's the top large one. 1 dealing with bee health specifically, and 1 dealing with fish. That's actually aquatic animal health. So we looked at the kind of level of threat that all of these regimes were facing. So our plant health colleagues had, at the time, this is about 2 years ago, got over 400 species listed at an EU level. Our animal health colleagues, so this is, as I said, livestock and poultry mainly, had 53 species listed. Bee health had the grand total of 4, and fish health had 16 at the time. And how successful are these? So this is to see, to use as a benchmark for how successful we could or should be on invasive non-native species. Well, our plant health colleagues were pretty successful actually. In 20 years, in the last 20 years, they've managed to keep out everything apart from 9 species which have become established of those 409. Animal health colleagues have kept clean slates. So animal health, bee health and fish health have let in and established none of the species which were listed on their list in 20 years. So this is pretty impressive. So overall, a 98% success rate. So I think this is something which it would be nice for us to aim for. So how are we doing on invasive non-native species and keeping out species, so in prevention? Well, you'll all be familiar, or I hope a lot of you will be familiar with this graph, which basically looks at the number of non-native species, so alien species, becoming established in 50-year tranches since 1500. And between 1500 and 1800, it was about 50 every 50 years. So that's effectively 1 per annum of non-native were becoming established. And then, of course, the Industrial Revolution kicked off in the late 18th century. And you can see the very rapid rise since then. So now we're getting about 12 non-native species coming into the country or becoming established every year. So that was between 1950 and 1999. It's probably higher now. So if we were to do as we're doing as well as the other regimes, the existing biosecurity regimes, are we getting this 98% fewer establishments? Well, sadly, I don't think so. We have had a few notable successes. So for instance, the Asian tiger mosquito has been responded to several times by public health colleagues and local authorities in the southeast, I think specifically in Kent. Done a great job keeping these out. And similarly for the Asian hornet, I think a fantastic job has been done in GB keeping them out, and there is no evidence that Asian hornets are established, unlike the rest of Europe where they're rapidly spreading, unfortunately. But in contrast, we do have a lot of inns, and these are in some of the invasive species that I think have become established in the last, since 2008, since the strategy. And this is just a few representative examples. Ignore the plants because it's very difficult to see which one's actually established until well after the event, but these are just giving some examples. So think really important ones like quagga mussel and killer and demon shrimps, for instance. Oh, we've got Becky Gowthorpe is joining us. So I admit her as well, and it might screw up my presentation.
Yeah, do you want to make me a host instead now, and you won't keep getting people trying to pop in?
I wouldn't know how to make you a co-host.
Mark, maybe you can just quickly put an after it.
Would you like me to do that now?
Yeah, it'd be really good because
yeah. So if you open the participants tab, it should potentially be at the top of your screen.
Yeah.
And then if you then hover over Alexia.
Oh, I'll hover over Alexia, yeah.
And then you should see a more option. And then if you go to make host.
Make host. Do you want to make her host? Yes, I think I do.
Excellent.
Splendid. Okay.
All right, sorry about that.
Oh, phew. Right, okay.
Now you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, hopefully my screen will continue. But anyway, sorry, what I was saying is that we have kept a few species out, but the vast, I think unfortunately we have not been as successful as we would have hoped. And once again, this has screwed up my presentation. All right, finally it's working. Okay, to go back, we reckon that we have kept out since 2008, since the launch of the strategy, only about 5% of species, which is rather unfortunate. And therefore, in that length of time, probably something like 150 non-native species have become established, probably more, of which 15 to 20 will go on to be invasive. So clearly, we're not on the same ballpark as our plant and animal health colleagues. maybe we've been doing lots of successes in terms of rapidly responding to things, and this is a bit of a misnomer, of course. Rapid responses, things can often take many years to do. And here are a few of the examples of the ones which have been carried out at a national scale, but I think they're relatively small beer overall in terms of the number of species coming into the country and becoming established. Of note is the one in the middle, which is Venus flytrap, which I see that Catherine was here earlier, which Catherine inadvertently managed to do a national scale eradication, as far as we know, without even knowing it. So well done there on that one, Catherine. Catherine Chatters, I hasten to add, down in the New Forest. In terms of long-term control, perhaps all our efforts have gone in here, and this is where we've had massive success, but I don't think we can claim that either, because we have had one very notable success, of course, which is the ruddy duck eradication. People said it couldn't be done, but it has pretty much been done. We're down to about 15 individuals, perhaps. They may not even have bred this year in the country, from 6,000 about 20 years ago. So that is a very notable success and something to tick. However, I think we can't rest on our laurels, and we have continued spread, I think, of most of the widespread invasive non-native species in the country, and continuing increase in impact in these, despite some notable successes, including that brought about by a lot of the local action groups. However, I suspect the tide is still continuing to come in. So what is the accounts for the difference between the success of the other biosecurity regimes, which have a 98% success of keeping things out, and ours, which is about 5%? So as I said, not in the same ballpark at all. I think part of the reason is that they have longevity. So for instance, animal health has been around. They've had an organization at a global level, the OIE, dealing with this. It was established in 1924, so it's almost 100 years ago. The EU has had, or it was the EEC at the time, has had an animal health policy since 1964, and these have underpinned until recently, certainly the EU one, on the UK animal health regime. Similarly for plant health, slightly later off the mark, 1951 was when the International Plant Protection Convention was set up. So they have a whole convention dealing with plant health. They have EPO, which is a regional plant protection organization, which effectively coordinates action across, well, it's Europe and the Mediterranean. And we've had an EU plant health regime since 1977. And that all underpins the action of what we do here on plant health in the UK. Certainly the EU did until the end of January. How do we compare on invasive non-native species? Well, actually, we have only had the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, since 1993. INS, IAS, have only got one article. In fact, we don't even have one article. We've got one sliver of one article, Article 8H, relating to us. So it's paltry compared to plant health and animal health colleagues. We've only had an EU IAS regulation since 2015, and only a list of species, or listed species, since 2016. So I think we can safely say that we're well behind colleagues in animal health, something like 70 years, and about 40 years behind our plant health colleagues. So this is one of the reasons I think we're not where we should be. One of the other reasons potentially is that they all have inspectorates. So we have an animal health inspector of about 1,000 staff, not all inspectors, but support staff as well. And that goes down through plant health, bee health to fish health. And the fish health inspectorate is about 15 or 20 in size. So they all have inspectorates to enforce and to help keep things out of the country, which we in invasive non-native species do not have yet. So overall, to sum up on this area, DEFRA spends about, oops, it's saying my internet connection is unstable. Hopefully it will keep going. DEFRA spends about 220 million per on biosecurity, of which only 922,000 years ago, but it's very similar. About 0.4% is actually on invasive non-native species biosecurity. So we're the sort of the Johnny-come-latelys and the ones with very poor resources. Perhaps we get lots of money from the biodiversity side of things, which is where we're more usually associated. But actually the spend in 2017, I think it was 2017 that I collated these figures, or got these figures collated, helped by JNCC, thank them very much. It was something like 438 million, so about twice as much as what's spent on biosecurity by government across GB, of which nearly 9.9 million was spent on INS by GB agencies. So basically, most of which was actually on control. So I think we can safely say that we fall firmly between two stools. So we get only a tiny proportion of the funding for biosecurity, so less than half of 1%. and we get only a very small proportion of the biodiversity spend across GB, so which is rather worrying. Another problem, I think, is that we may be spending our money in the wrong areas. And we have lots of species, so the large bubble represents the 2,000 or so non-native species we have in GB. The small bubble with the arrow represents the number we're getting every year, which is probably around 13 or 14 annually, of which a proportion will be invasive. This tiny bubble represents a small amount of resources going into this area. And how do we prioritize between prevention, early warning and rapid response, and long-term control? We should be doing this. We should be spending, well, or putting a lot of effort into prevention, and then failing that early warning and rapid response, and finally long-term management and control. But actually what we're doing is quite the opposite. We're spending about 8.5% of our expenditure on INS, on prevention and early warning and rapid response, and a whopping 92% almost on long-term control. So not only are we deprived of resources, but we're actually spending a lot of it, I think, in the wrong area. And this was something which is picked up, or the resourcing issue certainly was, by the Environmental Audit Committee. And many of you will know that the Environmental Audit Committee, so it's a parliamentary committee, had an invasive species inquiry last year. So a lot of you, or several of you on the phone, gave evidence to this inquiry, and I know they were quite rigorous, shall I say, in their questioning. This is the final evidence session with the minister in the middle, me on his right hand side, and the chief plant health officer on the left. Olaf Boy, who many of you will know in the Secretariat team, is sitting behind, looking a bit pensive on this one. But the committee took lots of evidence, and they produced a report back in, I think it was the end of October, and they made something like 21 recommendations as to how we should take things forward on invasive species. So basically the role of the parliamentary committee, like all parliamentary committees, is to hold government to account, say, look, you're doing brilliantly, or you need to do X, Y, and Z to improve how you're responding. What they suggested was, having taken all the evidence, was that we needed a dedicated invasive non-native species inspectorate, similar to the inspectorates that we have for the other regimes. And also they said they wanted set up by the end of 2020, and they wanted it with similar resourcing. Now, the resourcing is an interesting issue because, as I said, the smallest inspectorate is about 20 and the largest is 1,000. So take your pick as to which we should go for. But that was one of their clear recommendations. On communications, and this is music to Lucy's ear. I think Lucy has already joined us here at this virtual conference. So they're recommending that we spend more money on communications, which I think is definitely a very sensible recommendation. On biological control, Shaw, I think, gave evidence to the committee, and they clearly thought he made some very good points on this. It said the government should expand support for biocontrol. So CABI colleagues amongst us will be cheering this one on, I expect. It's a very important area for our widespread, sort of pretty intractable species. Another key area, this is Brexit, basically has allowed us to come out of the CAP, so the Common Agricultural Policy. We now have control, or we will have shortly, of how we spend the money that we used to spend through CAP. And this is certainly one benefit, to my mind, of actually Brexit. And the various governments within the UK are looking at developing environmental land management schemes to pay farmers for delivering public goods rather than just paying a lot of the money for them having a farm. So basically the committee picked this up and said management of invasive non-native species should figure in element. This is a really important point for local action groups. This is hopefully potentially a future source of significant funds. This put a real smile on my face, actually. For the non-native Secretariat, it said, oh, you're doing a good job, pretty much. That's paraphrasing. What it did say is we should have £3 million per annum. Now, my jaw dropped when I saw this, because this is about 10 times what the Secretariat currently gets. I would be very happy to get a large increase in that. In the current climate, that would be tricky, of course. But they kind of misunderstood what the Secretariat does. And they were saying with this 3 million, we should be doing a lot more rapid responses, and we should be maintaining specialist capacity to respond to these things when they turn up. I totally agree with that, but it wouldn't be the Secretariat that would be doing that. On local action groups, there's a lot of warm and fuzzy stuff from the report of the committee. It basically welcomed the local action group contribution to the fight against invasive non-native species. But what it says is we need to take a more strategic approach, and I think this is very sensible and something that was picked up in the strategy review back in 2013-14. It did make a strong recommendation that LAGs should be funded in the long term. Now it says 5 years. I suspect we'd be thinking nearly 10 would probably be more like it, and coordinate them through the Secretariat, which was an interesting point. And it said we should review and roll out the best practice that is out there, because there's a huge amount of good practice going on amongst the local action groups, not least helped by RAPID, of course. So what are we going to do? This is the kind of final brisk canter to the finish of the talk. The obvious point, which everybody gets, and we've been getting for a long time, is that we need more resources, that we are starved of resources relative to the other areas which are relatively successful. We kind of fall between these two stools, and neither side sees invasive non-native species as a priority at the moment, though it is going up the agenda, and our ministers have been excellent. So we have the spending review. This was due to happen in 2019, so it was SR 19. It will now be happening in 2020, but was delayed due to COVID. What we will be doing is we'll be hopefully be putting in a bid for extra resources under the spending review. And on the prevention, what do we want to do? Our aim is that rather than cutting 5% of establishments of new species coming in and becoming established, that we will actually do something really significant and chop it down by half. So cut that number coming into the country and becoming established by 50%. And this actually, as Piero may well say, is something that the CBD is thinking of having in its new target for invasive alien species. How will we do that? I think we need greater enforcement and greater amounts of inspection. Whether we get a dedicated INS inspectorate or not is another matter. There's a lot of other inspectorates out there, and it might be better for them to do a lot of the work, but coordinated by a small number. I don't know. This is all up for grabs. And of course, we have to get the funding. Greater money for communications is also key as well, as outlined by the EAC, and we know this ourselves. So these are all parts of the SR20 bid. On early warning and rapid response, the aim here is that over a longer time frame, we have yet to, that we want to knock out about 20% of the recently established species. It's a bit of a loose definition. And doing far more rapid responses. We have priority lists, so we know what we need to take out. Doing more contingency responses, so things like raccoon dogs when they turn up, having the facilities and having the staff there to go out and knock them on the head, sometimes literally before they actually get going. We really don't want them established. And of course, parallel to this, we need to maintain the specialist capacity to respond to some of these species, not all, but just some. And the long-term control, finally, how do we tackle this? This is a really key issue. As I said, this is where we spend most of our money, but I still think we need to spend significantly more. The aim here, I think, is sounding very unambitious, but at the moment, we reckon we're getting a significant increase year on year in the amount of impact of these widespread species. We're hoping that over 10 years, we can bring that impact of them all down by a sort of a 1/10, roughly. So that's about 1% just about per annum. By having greater coordination and greater funding directly of the LAGs themselves, and crucially tapping into ELM if we can do this. Now, this is all still up for in play, shall I say. So getting a significant amount of money coming in from the environmental land management schemes and ensuring that they are actually coordinated across the LAGs so we get the massive bang for our buck. So we think finally that with extra resources going into it, spent sensibly and strategically, that actually we can achieve a hell of a lot more than we're currently achieving. So I think on that note, I will call it a halt, and thank you for listening to me.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Niall. Does anyone have any questions for Niall? If you do, it might be easiest to send them via message to me or Jen Nightingale, and then we can sort of collate them and say them to Niall. So I'll give people a couple of minutes if they want to come up with any questions. I have to prepare for a grilling, Niall. I thought you did very well with all the tech difficulties.
Thank you. I see Andrea knocked back at what looked like a shot very fast there. And now she's run off.
I've embarrassed her. She's going to have to turn her video off the rest of the day now.
She's smiling, so clearly it was vodka.
So first question from Emily Smith from the Angling Trust. Hi Niall, is there anything we can do to help support the GBNNSS in their SR20 brackets SR21 bid?
Officially, probably not a lot, actually, Emily. Unofficially, yeah. I mean, I think raising the issue, you know, amongst government that this is an important thing we should be tackling now is crucial. Among the NGOs, you know, ensuring that people in DEFRA and the like and ministers know that this is important issue to be tackling. I think that's effectively all we can do. We will come to you if we want any specific details. So on the Elm bid particularly, I've already spoken to a few of the local action groups, and as well we have Lucy's been talking to you, Alexia, I know, about what we're keen to do on Elm is that we want to make sure that the money is not squandered, that actually it's spent in a strategic and sensible way. It would be nice to get money to control inns at a reasonable scale, but we want to make sure that actually we're spending, you know, taxpayers' money in a sensible way. Chat to me afterwards, Emily, if you want to talk. I don't see you on the screen. You're probably disappeared.
She'll be there. If you look on participants now, you can always private message.
Oh, I can. I can see
way.
you. You're blanked and muted. Yes.
I've got a second question for you. This is from Nicola Morris.
Oh God.
Don't know, God. I'm sure it's very good. Do you think a collaborative approach to an inns inspectorate by integrating with existing inspectorates would help biosecurity and inns become more mainstream and part of all aspects of environmental issues? At the moment, we seem to be a little bit abstract.
Yeah, I think this is a very important point, and I'm of two minds on this. I mean, it is definitely not up to me, and we have someone actually who's looking into the whole inspectorate issue at the moment. Ian Henderson's doing a great job, and he's looking at the priority pathways. He's looking at the sort of volumes of each of those pathways. So how many boats are coming in sort of overland, excuse me, as it were, into the country, and how many anglers are coming in. And thank you to Emily in particular for feeding us some information on that. But he's looking at the sort of volumes, what are the risks posed, what is the best way of inspecting and enforcing and policing each sector. I've got, as I was saying, I've got one worry. If we're crunched into all the other inspectorates, we might become the sort of the least important one, if you see what I mean. So they will spend most of their time looking at animal health issues because the impact of those getting in foot and mouth would be massive, and then they'll be thinking about plant health, and then they'll finally think about invasive species. So I wouldn't like that to happen, but on the other hand, it might be a sensible way of more integrating it, and I think we will have to do some sort of element of that. What we might have is a core bit of an inns inspectorate farming out a lot of the work to existing inspectors. That might be the best model for actually funding this, but it's a bit kind of suck it and see at the moment, particularly in the current climate where with COVID, government finances is going to be in a tricky position for the next few years.
Right, thanks very much, Niall. It's a very detailed answer. That's great.
Sorry.
I'm just going. No, it's good. It's nice to hear something answered properly. The amount of questions you get sometimes in conferences and people don't really answer the question. I'm just seeing if there's any other questions for you. So if you just want to wait a couple minutes. So if anyone else does have any questions, feel free to message myself.
Did I finish too early, Alexia?
No, you're bang on, because I've got to introduce Pierre as well. So you're absolutely perfect. I don't think we have any other questions. No one sent anything to Jen. So yeah, that's brilliant. Oh wait, sorry, one more question from Cormac Minihan. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name properly. Cormac Minihan. Cormac, I'm just going to say Cormac. He says, could you ask Niall if there is scope for a more overarching eradication team, including plants and aquatic elements?
Yeah, it is a very good question. And we had, for several years, a rapid response working group that was looking into this. And yeah, the conclusion was that we should have a virtual team, actually, across the agencies, the relevant agencies, where we do have specialist expertise. Now, for plants in general, we were thinking that actually we didn't really need the specialist capacity to be maintained within government for that. So that actually what we could do is we could take in the expertise as necessary if a plant, aquatic or terrestrial, was needed to be taken out, because in general they don't need so much specialist control as, for instance, raccoon dogs or some sort of exotic bird like sacred ibis. But that was just our thoughts on that. It depends on how the SR20 bit goes and whether we do get any more money for rapid response as well, whether we could have a team or a virtual team that is ready to go out. But I mean, I'm inclined to go in that direction. Yes, definitely.
Great. Thanks very much, Niall. I don't think we have any other questions. So we'll move on to our next speaker. We're very fortunate today to have Dr. Piero Genovesi with us as our international keynote speaker. Piero is a global expert on invasive alien species and coordinated the European Environmental Agency programme towards an early warning and information system for invasive alien species threatening biodiversity in Europe. At present, Piero is head of wildlife services with ISPRA, which is the Institute for Environmental Research and Protection in Italy. He is also the chair of the IUCN SSC Invasive Species Specialist Group. So the ISSG, sorry, I'm not very good at acronyms, is a very active network of about 200 leading experts from over 40 countries across the world, which is linked to a broader group of over 1,000 experts and practitioners connected to the aliens list. Piero is also a member of the liaison group on invasive alien species on the Convention on Biological Diversity, which basically involves the main international standard setting organizations. So that's things like the International Plant Protection Convention, World Trade Organization, World Organization for Animal Health. More recently, he's the founding member for the steering committee of the Global Invasive Alien Species Information Partnership, which is launched by the Convention on Biological Diversity. Piero co-authored the European Strategy on Invasive Alien Species, which is adopted by the Council of Europe in 2003. And since then, he's published several books and book chapters, as well as papers, articles, and commentaries for high-impact journals. How he has time to do this, I really have no idea. Welcome, Piero.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Alexia, and good morning, all. It's really a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Greetings from Rome. It's really a pleasure to have a chance to speak to you all, and also it's interesting for me to listen the progresses done in Great Britain, and we've been working in many occasions together with Niall and the Non-Native Species Secretariat. I always thought that that model could be an example for many other countries, because it's quite this elite structure somehow, but very effective. So I think it's a very good example of how we could address the invasive species issue at the government level. I also work for the government. So ISPRA, my agency, is a government environmental protection agency. And so many of the points that were discussed by Niall are somehow similar to what we try to do in Italy. But what I will try to discuss today is not our governmental role, but more trying to discuss with you what is the role of volunteers, awareness raising. So one of the points that Niall showed is the importance of communication. And so I want to talk a little bit about the role of this part of the work on invasive species for improving our effectiveness in terms of prevention and reduction of impacts of invasive species. So, do you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So, as you see, I have this double hat today. So partly I work for a government organization, and I have this volunteer role in IUCN. So I'll try to give you a broader perspective of what could be done for improving action on invasive species. I don't need to tell you why it is so important to work on invasive species. So you are all aware of the increasing impacts, increasing number of invasive species all over the world. All the data we have compiled over the years show that invasive species are increasing in all taxonomic groups, in all environments, in all regions of the world. And all environments are impacted and affected. You know, in some cases, people think that areas that are very natural are not vulnerable to invasions, but unfortunately this is not true. And I'm very glad to see that the work of the life that is presented today focused on freshwater, because freshwater together with islands is definitely one of the environments that are most vulnerable to invasive species. And many species living in freshwater are impacted by invasive species. And at the same time, freshwater is an environment that is exceptionally important for us. It provides food, it provides water, it provides the basis of our life. So this is a message that I think it's important to reiterate, because sometimes freshwater is not perceived at the level of importance that it has. So I think it's definitely important to focus action on invasive species on freshwater, and I think this is an excellent area of work for the Rapid Life program. Just to give you an example, very often when we are asked to explain the need to work on invasives at the global scale, we use the example of the water hyacinth. Because the water hyacinth, beautiful plant that has been brought into Europe intentionally and that has been spread intentionally by Napoleon when it went to the Africa campaign, has spread over many freshwater streams, lakes, and rivers of Africa and many other regions of the world. And the water hyacinth has a very severe impact on the biodiversity of freshwaters, but it also has an impact on the life of communities. It stops the possibility to travel on water, to fish, and it creates a fantastic environment for the mosquitoes, so it increases the impact of malaria, and at the same time, it reduces the water stock for communities. So it is a good example linked to freshwater to explain why working on invasive species is not only a biodiversity issue, but it's also a need for the life of many communities around the world. Okay, first of all, what Niall showed in his presentation is that the agenda of the government organizations is very much based on the EU regulation of invasive species that entered into force in 2015. So my everyday work is based on the provisions, the prescriptions, the obligations that have been introduced by that legislation. But we know that we can only address a small component of the entire problem. So if you look at the preambles of the regulation, it mentions that there are about 12,000 species that are alien in Europe, and several hundreds are invasive, and we are, at the moment, we can only address a few of them. So we need to find ways to become more efficient, more effective if we want to reduce the overall impact of invasive species. The regulation is based on the principles of prevention, prioritization, and coordination, and I think Niall was very effective in showing why it is so important to prioritize, prevent, and coordinate. We have a list of invasive species of union concern, so most of the prescriptions of the obligations are focused on that list. So there is a general ban on import, trade, keeping, breeding, and release. And we also have now the possibility at the member state levels to adopt national list of species of concern that can be regulated. So a lot of quite stringent prescriptions on a limited number of species. There is also an obligation to establish a surveillance system for invasive species, to notify new incursions, and to immediately apply eradication when you have a species, a newly recorded species in your territories. We need to show that we have effective management measures for invasive species that are widespread, so that cannot be eradicated. And another point that we are very late in working at is to prioritize pathways for adopting national plans, at least for one pathway. So for especially focusing on unintentional introduction of invasive species. But the message I think it's important to give today is also that when at the European level we discussed that what was the best way to address invasive species, the decision was to work at a regulatory approach. But I think it's clear to us all that this needs to be combined with a voluntary approaches. And I think the example of the local action groups or the communication efforts and the involvement of citizens are particularly useful to explain why this is important. At the same time, we have worked over the years to develop many codes of conduct that are voluntary approaches to for encouraging responsible behaviors so that we can reduce the level of introduction of invasive species, not only by regulatory approaches, but also through the involvement of the society. And that's an area of work where we have a lot of examples. So not only for prevention, but also for management, many programs have involved voluntary people. For example, thinking of one project in Scotland that has been the removal of minks in Scotland, that has shown how important was to involve volunteers for increasing the efficacy of the removal campaign. And from an Italian perspective, it's quite amazing to see how many different stakeholders were working together for this common aim. And in fact, a large number of the minks that have been removed were caught by volunteers. So the role of volunteers can be very different, from involving in management to the need for having big networks for detecting new species. So Niall mentioned the work done on the Asian hornet. It is partly based on the involvement of beekeepers and voluntary involvement of citizens for reporting back on new observations. And there are, as I said, many examples. This is quite an old one in Germany for removing this invasive plant with hundreds of volunteers that have been involved and supervision by experts. So involving experts is indeed an important component. At the same time, this is another example we often use in public talks. And if we involve the public and we manage to raise the awareness of the public on invasive species, we can gather incredible successes. And the example of Alberta in Canada, I think is particularly useful. That is the only country in the world that is rat-free. It seems impossible to most people to have a country that is rat-free. And it all started with a campaign for keeping the country and agricultural land that is, of course, impacted by the impact of rats, free of rats when rats were expanding all over the world. So that was in the 50s. The kind of message that was delivered reflects also the perception of the 50s with these enemies. But it worked. I mean, all the society is involved. Any rat observation is reported. There are emergency teams going in farms and removing the rats when they appear. The country manages to remain rat-free, spending nothing, like 300,000 euros per year for keeping the entire country that is larger than Ireland free of rats. So just to give an idea of how important, what kind of results we can get with the involvement of, with raising the awareness of the society. Another example, very famous, is the Working for Water program in South Africa. It's not volunteer-based. The poor people from many communities are paid for their effort, but it's a very minimal contribution. It has managed to provide jobs to many people in the rural areas of South Africa, and it also has managed to remove many, to clear many areas invaded by plants, but it has also raised the awareness of many communities on the importance of work on invasive species. And even if technically the efficacy has been discussed, is probably not perfect, far from perfect. At the same time, if you go to South Africa, you will see that there is a very high awareness on the importance to keep the country free of the most harmful invasive species. And in Italy, I directly experienced the need for having public support and awareness. I started working on this issue when in the late 90s, I was asked to remove the American gray squirrel from a small area of Italy where it was present. We were very careful in using very humane methods for removing the animals, but we experienced a strong opposition by radical animal rights groups, a long legal case, and even now the eradications that we have to do in the different spots of Italy where the species is present face a strong opposition by animal rights groups that in some cases is really very active. This is an area in Italy where we removed squirrels by live trapping them and neutralizing every individual for replacing them in other parks, but yet there was strong opposition against this program. So if you don't have enough support, many actions become almost impossible. So now I'll try to rapidly give you an idea of what we've done in Italy with another life project that is, the acronym is ASAP, so Alien Species Awareness Program, but it also tries to give a message of urgency of acting on this issue, and that had many partners, including my agency, the Minister of Environment, several national parks, and several environmental organizations. So first of all, we started from the data on the very low level of awareness on the role of invasive species at the European scale that was recorded in 2005 at the European by the Eurobarometer opinion poll, and we discussed the need for having raising the awareness to support the enforcement of the EU regulation on invasive species. So we knew that we couldn't have a very effective campaign toward all the public with the live programs. So what we did was to try to work in different directions. I'll give you a very brief overview of what we tried to do. So first of all, we did a lot of codes of conduct and other products that could be used for informing the public. So products that could be circulated or used also by other actors, including videos, displays in botanic gardens, apps, and so on. We did a lot of traveling. Italy is a very has a very fragmented administration system with 21 regions that have the real power in terms of control of invasive species, for example. So we did a lot of meetings in all over Italy with both the public administration and with many other actors and volunteers. We did a lot of events, educational events, congresses, conferences, training courses, training events, and so on, in many different occasions. We tried to go where the events were happening. So we went to events on hunting, we went to science festivals. So one of the messages was, let's go where people meet so that we can give the message to the different audiences. In this way, we managed to contact over 28,000 people, and in some cases with events more focused on awareness raising, in some others more through training courses, so informing people like in the public administration on the legal aspect of this issue. One of the idea was to use multipliers, so to form and to train people, like for example park staff or botanic garden staff, so that they could deliver the message to a larger audience. And we also did training courses in all the regions of Italy. So we managed to do training courses partly online and partly physical to over 700 public employees in all regions. We worked a lot with children. That was definitely fun. And we did several labs for children in many areas of Italy. It was extremely successful and very nice for us all. We signed many different MOUs, for example, with hunters, with the Association of Exporters of Ornamental Plants, with botanic gardens, with vets, with many different organizations, including tour operators and tourist agencies, that allowed us to put a brochure in all their material. So we managed to arrive to 200,000 contacts. So people that were traveling had one page explaining the need to be careful when traveling. We did work with the national vets, so with over 30,000 vets that have in their places a panel explaining the need for being careful when having an exotic pet at home. We worked in airports, so we managed to contact people from not only from Italy, but for over 110 countries around the world, informing in airports on the need to be careful when traveling, not to move species around the world. And we managed to have an impact also on the media by doing many press releases, many news, and going to radio and TV shows. So it was, even if it's, you know, having an impact on communication is very difficult. I think the approach that we used was, I think, quite effective. And of course, we kept a website that was quite largely used during the years of the project. And we also used the project to involve experts in the academia and scientific experts to do an horizon scanning and for identifying the door knockers for the future. That could be also a basis for developing the national list of species of national concern, and we are now discussing with the different ministers if there is an interest for working in this direction. This is the last slide, and I think this is somehow the metric that showed us if the project had an impact. So we had many positive reactions, not only from the public employees and from the different experts involved, but also from many children. So this was the message from Ilaria and Stella at the Science Festival of Genoa, that is the largest science festival in Europe. You know, the lab managed to have, only in that occasion, 1,800 children spending 1 hour playing with us on invasive species, detecting invasive species in different homes and different bats, and hearing stories on 20 invasive species that have been moved around the world. And we had really nice comments from many children showing that I think we managed to find ways for delivering the messages even to this very different audience. And that's a hope that in the future we'll find the public that is a little bit more aware on the need of tackling this threat in the future. Thank you very much. Okay, you all fell asleep, I see, but I hope in the next ones will be more fun.
We lost Alexia. I clapped. Thank you, Piero.
Piero, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions, please?
Piero, if I may, off the cuff, what are your thoughts about the new target for CBD and where it is going? Do you think we can actually get a kind of a quantitative element into it?
Thank you, Niall. This is a very complicated question. You know, even in IUCN, we have different views, so it's not too clear. I was wondering how you managed to identify the target of 10% in 10 years for Great Britain. The view that we shared in this species specialist group is that we need to give the message that we need to focus on both prevention, early detection, management. So it's important not to keep only one of the elements. And that I think it's important to have some number, some quantitative threshold to reach. Otherwise, for countries, having a very vague target could be an excuse not to do something concrete. But of course, it's a challenge. So for example, at the EU level, there is now a draft target that says the quantitative element is to reduce by 50% red listed species or threatened species that are impacted by invasive species. That, of course, is a clear approach. It's based on an IUCN product like the red list. At the same time, I think it's important to not focus only on red listed species, because that would be a way for focusing action on islands or perhaps in some freshwater environments, but not too much on prevention, for example. And so I think that it could be interesting, but it should be combined with some levels for quantifying the reduction in the rate of introductions that we could gather with prevention. It's not easy, but I think these should be the key elements, some quantitative elements, keeping the different approaches of prevention, management.
Yeah, Piero, actually, I think we have Alexia back, and for some bizarre reason, I don't know why I was able to admit you, Alexia. What the hell happened there? So sorry, Piero, I lost the middle bit of your answer while making sure that Alexia was back. But actually, that seems very similar to our approach. We are very keen that the new target, which is very important for everyone, it's absolutely vital because this underpins all the work we're doing across all of the signatories to the CBD across the world. So this is a vital, next year or so before this is agreed, or 6 or 8 months or whatever.
I think, I think that the approach that has been used in Europe and the European Union, it could be a good model. Of course, it's not as stringent as the approaches followed in New Zealand or Australia, but it prioritizes very much action. So we are only a few tens of species, but those are quite harmful species. There is an eye on prevention, so limiting the import and trade and possession. There is an obligation to address, to eradicate species and to control them, and also an obligation to address pathways. So I think it's somehow a good combination, even if it's not too stringent and not too broad in terms of species that are covered.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it needs to cover all those elements, and it needs to have some quantitative element if possible. Sorry, I'll shut up now that Alexia has come back.
Sorry about that, everyone. My computer decided to throw a tantrum, but I'm here, I'm alive, I'm interested. Thank you, Piero, for dealing with the tech difficulties, and Niall as well for being an excellent temporary host. Niall, if you want to send your host thing over to Jen.
I need the power, Niall. Does anybody have any further questions for Piero?
Yes.
And admit all. Oh my God.
Hover.
Sorry, I'm hovering. Make host.
If anyone does
I almost accidentally closed down the whole thing because I was trying to get rid of the little small screen on the side. I said, "Do you want to end the whole meeting?"
No.
Not yet. Much, Niall.
Right.
Okay. Jen is now the host.
Jen's in charge. It's okay, everyone. Did anyone else have any questions for Piero? I've got one question actually, since I'm here. Piero, how does it work when you're engaging with that many numbers of children in things? What is your sort of main focus? Because obviously it's quite a complex message about invasive species. What's the kind of main message you're trying to get out to sort of younger groups of children?
Now, first of all, we wanted to give a few information on the beginning of, so they do a kind of a 1 hour, it's less than that, 50 minutes kind of journey. So first of all, we give them a few information on what are invasive species. They can be insects, they can be large species. Only a few alien species are harmful. And that's a long history of introductions around the world. Some of them are very harmful. Then we make them play identifying invasive species in a house, and it's only detecting them. So we are not talking of killing, removing, or anything. And then we give these stories like the red ear terrapin or the water hyacinth and so on. Very often children, so we don't talk of removal, killing, but we focus more on prevention. They need not to move species around the world. But they often pose questions and then we answer, and we tell them that sometimes we think that it's right to remove animals or plants. So when we talk of gray squirrels, that's a question that comes out quite regularly. And we never found a strong closure to this message. So I think that if we give a context, and I think in 50 minutes it is possible to give a simple context, they come out with a quite a clear idea of what the problem is and why it's important to work at it. So of course, tailoring the message for children is very challenging, but it's also fun. So it worked well. Children are very smart.
I was going to say they always tend to be quite enthusiastic. We've done a little bit with kids, but I would have liked to have done more with Rapid Life actually. I think it would have been something we could have done more of.
I thought to work with children when I went to this festival in Geneva, because you realize that having these labs means to have children for 1 hour listening to you, and that's not simple to in other occasions. And we managed to have in a single occasion, I mean, in the festival is 1 week, almost 2,000 children. So it's really possible to have an impact if you do this kind of education. But they have to be, of course, very well designed. Otherwise, they are bored, and that's it. So I think it's definitely an important area of work with trying to communicate to children. And of course, we went to schools and to many other public meetings. We did games. I think it's an important area of work, especially, of course, for the future.
Brilliant. You've just got a question from Valerie here. She says, are you concerned about the resourcing of this work, considering the current economic situation and future downturn?
Definitely, that is a key question. So initially, in my more governmental role, we see that many local administrations have been asked to cut funds, and so they've been asked to see where there could be fund cuts, and environment is one of the areas. So even if with the pandemic there has been an increased interest and an increased attention at the environment, yet there is a need for many administrations to reduce their resources in many areas, and environment could be one of those. So for example, in IUCN, so I wear the other hat, we are now trying to tailor more clearly the message that has to be evidence-based on the link between environment, wildlife trafficking, and the risk of pandemics. So I think the pandemics give us an opportunity to show why having a healthier environment, a safer system, for example, of border controls, as Niall showed, could not only prevent impacts by invasive species, but also create a more healthy system also for our life. But it is a problem. I definitely think that there will be a reduction in funds in many environmental areas, and that is a challenge that we need to address.
Thank you. And Piero, we've got just time for one more question, and this one's from Simon Owens, who thanks you very much for your informative presentation. And he says, with the UK leaving the EU, are you aware of possible new policy options that could be considered, particularly considering that GB is an island? Australia and New Zealand come to mind.
No, of course, this is when Niall mentioned that I was involved in one of the reviews of the national strategy. And I think, of course, there are several opportunities. So first of all, Great Britain has a tradition of work on invasive species that is stronger than other EU countries. And the other point is, of course, that it's an island, so there is a possibility to restrict the movement of species more efficiently than in mainland countries. So I think that if there will be enough attention by policymakers on the issue, there will be the possibility to have a strong biosecurity system. At the same time, Great Britain is not New Zealand, so in some way there will be a very strong trade networking with the EU and with other countries. So I'm afraid that losing the dialogue, the coordination of policies with other European countries will weaken the system. So it has pros and cons, but I really hope that there will be an attention by policymakers that are now also distracted by many other issues on their desks, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
I'm afraid we don't have any time for more questions. If anyone else does have any questions, you can message Piero directly, of course.
I'm afraid I need to leave now, so very sorry.
Okay, no questions for Piero. But I can I can pass them on via email.
Opportunity. It's been really interesting, but I need now to go to another meeting. So thank you so much.
Okay, thanks very much, Pierre. It was a brilliant talk.
Thank
you. Bye. If anyone else does want me to put them in touch with Pierre, I can do that. Just send me an email, which my email address should be on your joining instructions and things, and I can forward on any questions. Really interesting talk from him, wasn't it? I'm up next, so let's see if I can get my screen sharing to work. Apologies that I disappeared from the meeting. I wasn't abandoning it, I promise. My laptop is just, yeah, a bit badly behaved. Right, let's see if this
You're
works.
just keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure everyone's paying attention.
So I'd like to now formally introduce Alexia, who's our project manager of Rapid, and she is going to basically give us a summary and basically talk us through the main project elements and what we've done and what the future holds for Rapid. So thank you very much, Alexia, and I'm going to pass it over to you.
Oh, thank you, Jen. Again, welcome everyone to Rapid Revelations, our virtual end of project conference. So I'm just going to give a bit of background on Rapid. Rapid Life. Rapid stands for Reducing and Preventing IAS Dispersal, which is a bit of a mouthful. Please note that IAS, invasive alien species, is referred to as INS, invasive non-native species in the UK. So we're working in freshwater, aquatic, riparian and coastal ecosystems. It's a 3-year EU LIFE project, which is coming to an end this year. So it's funded by the EU. It's amazing they've been supporting the project, or it's part funded by the EU. It's also match funded by DEFRA, Natural England and BZS. It's also a big downside of Brexit that will be leaving the LIFE programme. So hopefully there may be some collaborations into the future. It's not entirely certain at this stage, but we're fortunate to be able to do it while we've had it. So basically the main point with Rapid is that it's an innovative approach to IAS management across England. So how did Rapid come about? Oh, sorry, my points are in the wrong order. So in GB we have local action groups. Local action groups, or LAGs, is just a term used to describe a group or project focused on reducing the risks and impacts associated with invasive non-native species in a locality. So LAGs kind of come in a wide range of shapes and sizes. Some projects cover just a county or even a region. I mean, others are really small scale, just focused on a single river catchment. And the kind of organic evolution of LAGs is partly due to their relative independence from government and national agencies. And this has allowed a really dynamic and sort of growing network of LAGs to form. And with LAGs now covering a pretty significant proportion of GB. So a review of the LAGs in 2015-2016 indicated there was a lot of knowledge and capacity to manage IAS at a local level through the LAGs network and other local actors outside the network. However, the review showed that groups sort of collectively across England, for them, it would be useful to build more on communication and coordination in order to maximise their ability to deliver the full value they could offer, and also hence justify further funding. And in some, particularly in a few areas, there was not so much knowledge transfer between local, regional and national stakeholders, meaning a valuable insight could be lost. And it's also trickier for local stakeholders and even regional stakeholders to influence change. So Rapid sort of happened before my time. It was kind of conceived to increase the value of the LAG network and improve the chance of the LAGs persisting in the long term. And so it put in place a framework that would help them work together more effectively at a regional level and national level, and also deliver against England level priorities. I forgot to mention that Rapid just covers England. Sorry, I know we've got a lot of Welsh and Scottish people on the call as well. And also to foster more collaboration at a regional level through the production of regional plans, and also deliver a range of training and workshops to kind of level up the knowledge of and skills of local groups. And again, the sort of main thing with this was to support the GB strategy framework. So in a nutshell, the project's about bridging the gap between the GB in strategy and local groups. And this is done by allowing both of these, This is done by allowing the groups an opportunity to shape new regional level plans and also increase the value of the network of these local groups by giving them a framework to work within, which could clearly demonstrate sort of how much they could help deliver against activities in the GB in strategy and other national priorities. So the project was drawn together by Mike Sutton-Croft, who did consultation with a lot of other people. And special thanks go to Bristol Zoo, in particular Jen Nightingale and Lizzie Jones, who helped put the proposal together. Also to Neil Green, as they helped us kickstart the whole process and hosted all the development meetings. And also, of course, Mike Sutton-Croft, my predecessor, and he said that working with them was one of the most enjoyable parts of his time working at APHA. So just to get back to the sort of main project goal, the main sort of idea is to protect aquatic biodiversity and also riparian, and that's freshwater and coastal, and to kind of help things be more coordinated and strategic and evidence-based. And then also, which is a common thing in life programs, to demonstrate the efficacy of this approach for replication across Europe, which basically means knowledge sharing with European counterparts. So what were the objectives of Rapid Life? So we've got established this regionally based framework, which I mentioned, and we did this through regional IAS management plans, which you'll refer to as RIMPs, prevent the introduction of new IAS to target environments, and that was going to be tackled mostly through biosecurity awareness, increase the awareness and efficacy of GB level early warning and rapid response systems, and also to eradicate and control established IAS in high priority areas using strategic and, well, I should actually say good practice approaches, because best practice is always a bit of a tricky term because things are evolving so quickly, especially in this area. And also, again, to share this approach with other international counterparts. So, have we actually met our objectives? And what have we learned? And what have we actually achieved? So yes, we have achieved our first objective. So for the purposes of Rapid Life, we split England up into 5 regions, and each of our RIMPs, these regional IAS management plans, covers a region. The RIMPs are intended to deliver consistently but regionally tailored recommendations on prevention, early warning, rapid response, eradication and control of IAS throughout England. We're hoping to update these as regularly as we can in the future, and these are all complete and available and free to download on the GBNNSS website. What about Objective 2? Yeah, I think so. We supported the revision of the Check, Clean, Dry campaign and helped to distribute new materials, signage, and also carrying out workshops to increase awareness about IAS issues and biosecurity. So the third objective is a bit trickier. Yes and no in terms of meeting it. So I would say, oh, that hasn't quite done what I wanted, but what I want to say is that we've increased awareness, oh, doesn't like that, of the GB level early warning rapid response systems, but I wouldn't say we've increased the efficacy. This is because the rapid response systems are actually handled at a national level, and the alert species list of the species we need to really watch out for are constantly changing. To make a tangible difference to this would have probably required a lot more funding, or certainly having a list that was perhaps more definite. But the whole point of INS or IAS in general is that they are constantly changing in terms of assessing what are highest risks. So it was a bit of a tricky one, to be honest. So it was more of an issue than we originally anticipated. So we ended up focusing on awareness raising in terms of species ID and how and where to record sightings. So we're still increasing the awareness of early warning systems. So we achieved in some ways the objective, but I would say it's a bit caveated. So in terms of eradication and control of IAS in high priority areas, so we had 2 large-scale projects, which were catchment level, and 3 small-scale IAS management projects, which is sub-catchment level. And we also supported crayfish management, which Jen will talk about in detail later. So yes, we've achieved these objectives, and there's some very happy volunteers from the North region with the Yorkshire Wildlife Trust. And in terms of our international collaboration, I think we've actually gone above and beyond with this. We were meant to do some quite sort of small scale workshops, and they ended up being 2 large international conferences, one in France and one in Belgium. And we've kind of built on these international networks, and we've learned so much from our international counterparts. And I like to think that we've, just generally been sharing knowledge and helping each other. So that's, pretty much achieved. So most life projects, and Rapid Life is one of them, come in 3 phases. You have the preparatory phase, delivery phase, and what you call the afterlife phase. So the preparatory phase has been completed. That was things like supporting the revision of the Check, Clean, Dry campaign materials, creating an IAS management toolkit, and producing these RIMPs, and also linking into supporting software for recording, which is Insmapper, which I'll talk a little bit about later. So, you know, we did focus groups with anglers and boaters to produce these new materials, and new materials are produced for boaters, canal boaters, canoe and kayak users, anglers, and we also did awareness raising at major ports. So there's quite a lot of sort of stuff in there. I won't go into vast amounts of detail because I'm sure a lot of you know it already. In the delivery phase, this is pretty much nearly completed. It should have been completed by now, but of course COVID has put a bit of a spanner in the works. We've done, like I mentioned, 5 IS management demonstrative projects. So 2 catchment level and 3 sub-catchment level. So that was including American skunk cabbage, floating pennywort, giant hogweed, and then Japanese knotweed and Himalayan balsam. And then we've also been supporting with Bristol Zoo crayfish management, conservation sort of techniques and release and things. I won't go into detail because I don't want to spoil Gem's presentation, but it's very interesting. We've also been working with some biocontrol, working hand in hand with Cabby. The only thing left to sort of finish up with that really is a little bit of monitoring. Biosecurity workshops, which I know a lot of you have been involved with or attended. And also, so this is about facilitating behaviour change, encouraging people to not only be aware of biosecurity, but also actively engage in it through things like producing biosecurity plans for sites. And then, like I mentioned, we're putting out new signage, distributing materials. And we've also been piloting a water bodies accreditation scheme, which we call AQUA, which stands for Aquatic Quality Award. And the idea is that throughout the project, we will hopefully accredit around 60 water bodies and in the southwest. So the pilot scheme just runs in the southwest, and the idea is that it rewards water body managers for excellence in biosecurity. But I won't go into that now because we have a talk on that a little bit later. Oh, but those ones in bold are things that we just need to finish up a few bits after COVID. So it's not so interesting looking at lots of numbers. So I've put this into a graph. So you can see that we've done quite a lot of sort of biosecurity and awareness raising type stuff. We also did border campaign displays because there's a lot of people coming backwards and forwards, particularly anglers, which could bring things with them. As well as what I've got on here, we also provided financial support to update Check Clean Dry, as I mentioned, and helped expand the web platform Insmapper, which is used for uploading records of invasive species. It used to cover just Yorkshire, and now it covers all of England. It's the only invasive species app to do that, I believe. Oh, does it want to not go to the next slide? Oh yeah. Yeah, all of our resources that we've produced are online, and those cover both marine and freshwater, and they're tailored for a range of different stakeholders as well. And we have other resources such as good practice guides where we've collated not only from the literature but also from LAGs and sort of local experts guidance on how to manage various invasive species. I can't remember off the top of my head how many we have. I think we probably have about 14. And all these training documents and other guidance documents, they're all available to download and use, which is really useful. As I mentioned, we've done a lot of workshops. Some of these workshops have been combined, so the numbers can be a little bit confusing, but the bulk of it has been biosecurity workshops. So as I mentioned before, not only raising awareness about biosecurity, but also trying to get people to engage more in it. These international workshops we've done a couple of workshops on biocontrol, which are in the other workshop section. And these or alert or priority species workshop, which is particularly helping people with ID and of species that they might not be expecting to see, but would be high priority to report if they saw them. In terms of the practical conservation and inns management, I really like this picture of the crayfish. So you see it's actually carrying eggs just under its tail. This is a female at Bristol Zoo. So we've controlled this pretty significant number of adults, signal crayfish, the invasive ones, but a lot more eggs than hatchlings. We've bred white claws at the zoo and also released them into ARC sites. Again, I won't go into vast amounts of detail on this because this is kind of Jen's bag, but it's amazing really over 3 years how much you've achieved. And I think that this is tantamount to the amount of dedication from Bristol Zoo. I want to go to the next slide. Oh yeah. So as I mentioned, we've done these practical conservation projects, and that's gone quite well. So I won't go too much into that, but again, a lot of achievement in a small time, particularly considering we've had various issues with weather and then COVID. Doesn't want to go to the next one. Okay. So biological control, we've released rust fungus at a total of 11 Himalayan balsam sites across the UK, and psyllids, oh sorry, not the UK, across England, and the release of psyllids at a total of 13 Japanese knotweed sites. And in the photos here, you can just see the rust fungus, which is the biocontrol agent for Himalayan balsam. So going up on the bottom there, some amazing photos that John Musham, one of our contractors, took. And we've got a picture of the psyllids. No, I think that's on the main picture for the event, but they're also pretty interesting. But this will be covered in more detail by Cabby's talk later. So as I mentioned, there's these 3 phases. In terms of the afterlife, so what's going to happen after this? So we need to safeguard the project legacy and build on it. There's nothing worse than a project sort of sitting on the shelf and gathering dust after it's happened, and nothing really kind of continuing. So we're going to keep updating our online resources. And as part of the project, we're, oh, something's happening. Chat. Oh, sorry. Not quite sure what's going on here. Oh well. We will keep updating our online resources. And we hope to update the RIMPs over this period, pending funding, through stakeholder consultation, and also hopefully monitor its implementation. The thing is, with producing something like a regional IS management plan, is that it needs to be a living document. It needs to be constantly dynamic, and if we can't keep it up to date, then it's not going to be useful for very long. So that's something I'm really, really keen to focus on. And also our water bodies accreditation scheme would be great to expand into further areas. So again, I won't speak too much about that because that's going to be covered later, but I think it's a brilliant opportunity to get private industry involved as well, since so many reservoirs and things already have a lot of great work going on and are aware of invasives. Having it collectively under one scheme would be really useful. So we would hope to expand it from the southwest further. Again, a lot of this stuff depends on funding, and as I'm sure you know, with COVID, funding is a bit precarious at the moment. We would like to expand INSNAPA. Right now it just covers England. It'd be brilliant if it could cover Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales as well. We're hoping to map where we put all the biosecurity signage, because a lot of stuff, you know, you send signs out to people, they go and sit in the sheds and you don't actually know if they're being used or where they are. And that way, if you have a better idea where things are, then you can, you know, use them more effectively and not sort of double up in certain places. The crayfish work is amazing, and so is the biocontrol work. I really think biocontrol is the future. And I think if we can get funding to support or expand on that in any way, that would be great. And because we've made so many new contacts with international colleagues or renewed existing networks, I think it'd be really important to keep things running with them, because it's, you know, IAS don't recognize borders. They just go across from here, there and everywhere. And it's everyone's responsibility to try and contain them together. So I think it's really good if we can keep collaborating with our international colleagues and sharing knowledge. So what have we learned so far? Well, quite a lot. Be flexible. You know, it's amazing how invasive species don't always do what they're told. All sorts of challenging things can be thrown your way. Slow processes, bad weather, French rail strikes, Brexit, COVID. And what defines a success of a project is really how you adapt to these things. Plan carefully and realistically. It's really, really important to try and get budgets and timelines right as much as possible, and have realistic expectations of what you can achieve. And that's really important in the planning period as well. It's also important that if you're going to try and record change on a site, say you're doing invasive species management, to have strong baseline data in the first place. It's really difficult to assess how much progress you've made if you have nothing as a basis for comparison. And obviously try and foresee potential issues such as access to data or seasonal changes to fieldwork. We had I think it was a drought, was it last year, which was really problematic for some of our projects. Communicate. Sounds basic, but it's really important to have as many relevant stakeholders engaged and on board as possible, particularly landowners. Working together. We've achieved so much in a short space of time by coordinating different groups of labs and other stakeholders, and working together strategically. It's amazing how much you can get done as a collective, while often actually minimizing the individual workload. I mean, there's no point reinventing the wheel. And yeah, I think the other thing, as anyone who's interested in the natural world, the more you learn, the more you realize there's still so much more to learn. And no one ever has too much knowledge. So taking advantage of learning opportunities, even in unexpected places, and also sharing your own knowledge, just seems to be, you know, one of those things that really sticks out to me from Rapid. An example of was one of our keynote speakers from our Brussels conference, Andy Shepherd, who's another INS expert globally, discussing new technologies such as gene drives and things like that as ways to tackle IIS. And for me, it's just like a whole new realm of potential technology. It's really, really interesting. I think in New Zealand and Australia, they're quite ahead compared to us. So it's always more to learn from our international counterparts. So what are the next steps? I mean, we're going to be mostly tying up the loose ends of the projects that have been delayed by COVID-19 and also producing and circulating reports on Rapid Life. Some labs and other stakeholders are already involved in other spin-off work from Rapid. They've got funding to continue work in the areas they started through Rapid. I'm hoping that the outputs and tools from this project will be used into the future and can be used as building blocks for future projects. And not only that, that people who've been involved with Rapid have now managed to get even more experience under their belt so that they can use that as justification for getting further funding. I think the RIMPS is, something quite unusual, that we actually have a framework that now covers all of England, and hopefully that's going to help things be more coordinated and strategic into the future. But as I mentioned before, if we don't keep updating it, it's not going to be useful. So it's really important to get feedback from people to make sure that it's still dynamic and still up to date. And like I said, we want to continue expanding our network of IS stakeholders, both at home and abroad, and just increase the amount of knowledge sharing going on. So a big thank you to everyone involved. I'm sorry, I've got a lot of extra thank yous. So extra special thanks go to Dave Parrott, Mike Sutton-Croft, Rachel Embleton, Beck Jones, and our wonderful admin team at AFA, Niall Moore, Olaf Boy, and Lucy Cornwell from the GBNNSS, Jen Nightingale, Mark Abrahams, Lizzie Jones at BZS, everyone who's helped out from Natural England, Wildlife Link, CABI, DEFRA, the Environment Agency, EASA, the IUCN, the European Alien Species Information Network, that's a long name, the Rapid Life Steering Group, LAGS, Gilles Lequer, this is the hard one as well, and l'Agence Régionale de la Biodiversité en Ile-de-France, Emmanuel Serrat, Dorian Blotier, Tim Adrians, Sonia Vanderhoven, Sarah Macias Rodriguez, Ed Tooth, Jean McKendry, Andrea Griffiths, Neil Green, Nicola Morris, and Kate Hills, and finally Lynn Barrett from the European Commission as well. There are so many more people that I just haven't got time to include, but those are some people who really have stuck out to me as people who've been really, really helpful throughout the project and have just contributed so much. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Alexia. That was a whistle-stop tour of the project, and I think the rest of myself and the rest of the team would also like to give you a massive round of applause for all that you've done for this project, and how good you've been and instrumental at steering it through some very challenging times over the last 3 years. I think you've done a splendid job, so thank you. Yeah, we couldn't have employed a better person to do Rapid for us. So have we got any questions, please?
I've just had one come through privately, and also I just realised I forgot to mention to thank the French IS Resource Centre and the Belgian Forum on Invasive Species. So many useful people, I just can't remember them all. I have a question from Samantha Ho here, who's saying, question, weatherproof biosecurity signs. At the beginning of lockdown, AFA ran out. Do we have any now available? So there are regular check, clean, dry signs that the Secretariat normally put out, but there are also ones that Rapid has put out. We're trying to put out 100 per region through Rapid. It really depends on what region you're in as to whether they've been used up yet. What I would suggest for Samantha or anyone else who's interested in signage or materials being distributed is to get in touch with myself and Lucy Cornwell from the Secretariat, and then we can update you on what the situation is and try and work something out. We certainly got things in storage. It's just a case at the moment of getting them out to people, because obviously we need to get into the office to send them out and people need to be in the office to receive them, which sounds like a super simple thing, but actually you need to get permission from a lot of people just to do that. So by all means email me and I'll try and get you sorted.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions? Otherwise we're going to Neil.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. Alexia, I've just made you the host, so I'm going to hand you back to Alexia, Neil.
Okay. From beginning. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. How is that looking?
Hi, Neil. If you perhaps change your display settings so that we can only see if you at the top one, swap presenter view and slideshow.
There we go.
That's it.
Lovely. Excellent. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alexia, for passing me over. It was really good to see a sort of quick summary of the project so far. Like I said, my name's Neil Green, and I've been running LAG, a local action group down in the southwest called the Avon Invasive Weeds Forum, since about 2012. It's been going since about 2008, and then they got DEFRA funding back in the day to get a project officer, which was me, in 2012, and basically invasive plant control and surveys and awareness raising, but also working on biocontrols recently, biosecurity projects, the aqua project, and also some of the invasive and native crayfish work that Jen's been working on for a long time in the southwest. So my project for Rapid was, as you can see, a large scale, and it's basically looking at the effectiveness of long-term control for Japanese knotweed and Himalayan balsam. So they have been over here for a very long time, mid-19th century. As you probably know, the Victorian plant collectors went across and got them over here, and now they're pretty much everywhere on most watercourses. So the region that I'm in is down here, just at the bottom of Wales and in the Bristol Channel, and we've got the Bristol Avon catchment that runs through and into the Bristol Avon, the Bristol Channel. And I'm mainly working on the smaller tributaries off of the Bristol Avon, just because it's a bit more dangerous to work on the Avon. It's tidal, and for mainly using volunteers, it's actually deemed sort of pretty dangerous to work on those. So there's a lot of good access along the tributaries, and that's where the large-scale project was targeted. About 28 kilometres of rivers and tributaries that was surveyed and worked upon. So the target species that in history we've worked upon in the area are listed. This one specifically focuses upon the Himalayan balsam and Japanese knotweed. We haven't got in the region quagga mussel and killer shrimp as yet, but we do various sort of small surveys for those, and we involve local groups like Bristol and Avon Rivers Trust to keep an eye out for those with their project as well. So the main aims and objectives of my project were to identify suitable sites, and as I've been working on it for a while, I knew of these suitable sites already, and it was just making sure that we were able to get access for the continuous of 2 years. To gain the landowner permission, so I had to go back through contacting individual landowners, but in the main it was Bristol City Council and South Gloss Council, so that was not too difficult. 3, carry out chemical and mechanical best practice, and so these can be found on the Rapid INS toolkit on the GBNSS website, and it's basically classic control of these 2 invasive species. So spraying with the Japanese knotweed and manual pulling with the Himalayan balsam. And then to carry out monitoring activities and report data, so we did pre-surveys of the areas, and during and then now I haven't been able to get out this summer to do a lot of the sites, but hoping now things are kind of like settling down a little bit, I can get out and do a post survey of all the sites that we've worked on as well, and get some good data for how it really worked. And then and that's going to go on the INS mapper that was previously spoke about. And then also I had to hold a workshop in the region, and we had about 40 people turn up to a conference in Bristol in 2020, February 2020. So in terms of results, we had the site, so we worked on the River Avon catchment and the tributaries off of it. We've gained the permissions, so we've got the MOUs in place, and plus some several privately owned sites that we've managed to gain access to and continue to gain access to, which is obviously so important. And all the surveys are on InsMapper. Well, I've emailed all the data to the Rapid team, so hopefully it's on InsMapper. And the conference was carried out in Bristol, like I said, in February 2020, and there are about 40 different groups involved, and it was down to local community action groups that were there, people from the zoo, Bristol Zoo, people from the Internal Drainage Board down in Somerset, the local EA people, etc. So it was that sort of group. So it was a really good day, lots of different invasive species and native species, local projects on show there. So the first plant, really, you've probably all seen it, all know it, aware of it. It's been around, like I said, it's been around for a very long time. It is an annual plant, and as you can see, these seeds up here, each plant can have about 800 seeds per plant, and it can grow over head height, 6 foot, 7 foot tall, and the seeds explode towards the end of the season and create massive monocultures all the way down riparian areas, and also other wet areas such as wet woodlands and or areas away from rivers as well. So it's not just on the riparian areas that they persist. It affects invertebrates, and it can also create flooding where the banks, it actually causes bank problems. But it's a very, very easy plant to pull up, and that's why it's so good for volunteer work. So we surveyed it first, and we, thanks to my work with Wiltshire Wildlife Trust prior to working on this project a few years ago, we developed a system of surveying, and it's linear stretches, so you can year on year actually compare data. So it's a very useful way of doing it, and with great thanks to Wiltshire Wildlife Trust for developing that whilst I was there with them. And we use a DAR4 scale, so dominant, abundant, frequent, occasional, and rare, and also none, which is none is what we want. And that is a very good way of being able to compare data year on year. And with this, we've tried to standardize training for local community action groups, so they can do surveying in their own area, and every year we have to sort of calibrate them again, and they can then go out again and resurvey their area, and we get the same data that's comparable each year. So that's kind of where the balsam was found, along those tributaries, and when you can zoom into that, you can actually see target areas, and you can also then target where you want your volunteers to be, how many volunteers you need for a specific area, and so you're not wasting time taking 15 volunteers from a corporate group to an area that's only got like an hour's worth of work. So it's a really useful way of doing that, plus the bit of being able to compare year on year. So we surveyed about 20 kilometres in 2018 and about just over 20 in 2019. And as you can see, that in 2018, the riparian areas surveyed, about 60% were dominant, abundant and frequent. And after work in 2018 summer, the next year, that dominant, abundant, frequent area reduced to 15%. So a really good reduction. And you can see that the none has increased in 2019, and also the occasional and rare has increased to 60% in 2019. So it just shows a downward trend of Himalayan balsam coverage. So an overall reduction of 57.6%, and that was that hit the target, luckily. So the management technique used is manual. So it's a classic way that's been used, called balsam bashes, for many years. And to do this, we use volunteer workers throughout the catchment. We've got 10 specific community action groups set up, and some of these were originally sort of litter picking groups, or they were gardening groups in certain areas along the river. And then what we kind of shoehorned invasive species into their remit, basically. And back in 2014, we managed to get some kit to them, sort of slashers and waders and things like that. And then they were utilised throughout this project quite effectively. And they're, you know, some of them are 10 strong, some of them are 2 strong, some of them are, as you can see, mainly from the retired community, and just do sterling work, basically. Again, I'll go on to it in a minute, but 2018 was a problem in terms of the heat. That did really affect the length of hours we were able to work safely on some of those days. We really had to curtail the day because it was just extremely hot, and I didn't want anyone killing over. It's not a good look for the project, really. So we had, these are local corporate groups, so they come from all different groups like Eurovia, Burgess Salmon, which is a local solicitor company, quite a large one in the Bristol, and lots and lots of groups from the Environment Agency, which are the head office is based in Bristol city centre as well. And you know, they must have sent out 10 to 15 groups per season to help us. So really, really good. Helped them get out from behind the desk for one day and actually look at a river rather than just, you know, crunch data and do all the associated things that the Environment Agency have to do. That's another Environment Agency group. I think they do aerial mapping, I've got a feeling. And as you can see, we create piles of Himalayan balsam pulled out manually to rot down in situ, so that the seed isn't having a chance to develop and spread for another season. The seed is supposedly viable for about 18 months in the soil. So if you can hit an area for, say, 3 years quite heavily in a row, you've got a very good chance of reducing the abundance in an area. And then students from Bristol Zoo as well that came out and helped whenever they could. Lovely in the brambles there, which is always, it's always brambles and stinger nettles, unfortunately. And another student actually in the river. So we pull early in the season, when if you say cut the plant, it would have a chance to regrow stems and have seeds, viable seeds. And late on in the season, we slash the plant down because it's a lot quicker, especially for dominant areas. It's just a much quicker process, but in effect, it's the same. It's stopping the seed pods from being able to become ripe and be viable. And some more different local groups. So these are students that are working on a scheme, an employment scheme, that come out to do lots and lots of different projects. One really good thing about this was you're actually talking to many different people that then they go away and talk to many different people as well. So it's a really good opportunity before it all starts. One, to do a safety talk and make sure everyone's working safely and talk about their any medical issues and that sort of stuff, and working next to rivers. 2, to talk about alert species. You never know who you've got, especially with some of the retired community. They're beekeepers, they are very intelligent people that have done many different jobs. So it's a good way of getting the alert species out there. And 3, the biosecurity discussion. So we talk about cleaning boots off, so soils and taking seeds in soils, but also all the biosecurity around rivers. So you have anglers in these groups sometimes, and canoeists, and wild swimmers and things like that. So you know, all these volunteers that come and help are all also users of the natural environment. That is a really good way of engaging, and you've got them for a number of hours in a day, so you can really push that message home to them. And this is Jeff. Jeff is a stalwart from very early days. Sometimes it's just me and Jeff just rooting around in the undergrowth. So in terms of Himalayan balsam results, we have carried out over 130 practical events, manual pulling in the early season, make sure you get the root out of the system, crush them up as much as you can, and then pop them in a pile so they rot down quick. We've got over 250 volunteers involved in that, and approximately 1,000 hours of work involved in that. And we've without even looking at data, I've seen visual changes of reduction in Himalayan balsam and increase in native species in highly managed areas. And I've literally just had an email just this week saying that one of our areas on the Malago is really, really reduced. And so we've reached our project target of 56.6% reduction. We've received 57.5% reduction in terms of coverage of Himalayan balsam. So that's really good. So then onto the Japanese knotweed. Again, you've probably all seen this and hopefully not had experience of it on your land and things like that, because it is difficult to get rid of. And it looks like asparagus when it first pops up, and then produces a zigzag stem with a heart-shaped with a flat base leaf. Obviously, we all know of the problems it can cause, and there is an example of it. The crown, which is the terrestrial sort of emergent part of the plant, apart from the stems, actually expands and can push things apart. Pipework, it can grow into pipework and cause disruption there, and all sorts of things that we've heard of before. So Japanese knotweed results, I've found these areas that myself over the duration of this project, but I've found areas prior that's under management already, and all these sites are now under management. And it's a quick little map of sort of around where they are. They're not many of the sites actually in the centre of Bristol, in sort of urban areas, are managed by other people. So I didn't bother. I might have told someone about those, but I didn't actually manage them, get them actively managed myself. And this is a map from South Gloss of some of their sites that are under management. And we did a lot of work with Bristol City Council and South Gloucestershire Council a while back in terms of reporting and making sure that there's a single point of reporting within each of the councils, whereas before a phone call would go in and it would maybe go to all different types of groups, highways and things like that. But now we've got a really more streamlined process within these councils now, and I think that's really important, so that there's one person that actually then distributes it internally, because otherwise there was a lot of problems with sightings and things like that going amiss and sitting on people's desks and things like that. So we've not unfortunately got a map for Bristol because they said they prefer not to actually give us a map, but again, they're there. So the management technique for the Japanese knotweed is the classic spraying of glyphosate. Obviously it's got its problems, and everyone is aware of that in the next few years it may actually be that we lose glyphosate as a method. But at the moment that's when we used. We used the same contractor called Complete Weed Control, which is very good because I could then get it done quite cheaply, really, because I can get on their roots. And so it was a knapsack sprayed with glyphosate late in September after the flowering stage, so that then when it's taking the glyphosate back right into its root system when it's starting to die back, before it starts to die back. And it's 5 litres of glyphosate per 200 litres, plus a adjuvant which makes it stick to the leaf. And on top of the leaf and on the underside of the leaf as well. So that's the one thing that they said was really good, was the underside of the leaf as well was a very good way of doing it, especially if there was any sort of raining or precipitation. Then it made sure that it didn't get washed off quickly and things like that. So that was the management technique there. So the results, there's over 140 sites in South Gloss Council, over 200 sites with Bristol City Council, and they're saying that about 30 are off book after the 3rd year, and these are so it's a very effective method they're finding, and they do go back and sometimes little bits have popped up, but in the main they are the glyphosate is working very well on these sites. And we've got over 30 private sites that are under management or under advisories as well. So the anecdotal evidence is that after the second spray, so the second season, the reduction in coverage of Japanese knotweed is over 50%. So our target was 45.6% reduction, and at the moment it's anecdotal, but they're saying it's over 50%, and I need to go back out and survey again in later this summer to look at the sites and get maybe a definite on the ones that I have actually found myself. So along the way, there's been some tribulations, as has been mentioned before by Alexia and Piero, that landowners and communication is so important, and getting landowners on board and getting them engaged in the process and showing them why it's good to have it off of their land is like paramount to the success of a project. And some landowners just don't buy into it, basically, and then sometimes they do, and then they buy out of it. I don't know why. But we've had a couple of areas where landowners are a problem, so we've done loads of work above and below a landowner, and then just his one little spot which has got like an infestation we've not been able to gain access to. So we had that with both with Himalayan balsam, and then landowner Japanese knotweed was a landowner that is based abroad, and we just couldn't get access to the land. It was across the other side of a river from where I surveyed it, and we're still working on that one actually. Bristol South Gloss Council are working on that one there. The other problem we experienced with using volunteer groups, especially ones that are of the retired ages, is that they retire from this as well, and you get some key people that have been stalwarts in their area along river systems that run lots of different projects, and they're not just running this, they're running gardening projects and all sorts of stuff, and they retire, and there's a big gap, in you get a lot of young volunteers, and then you get a big gap between, say, sort of 25 to 45, 50, and then there's volunteers again. So the bit in the middle is we need to sort of try and get people out there that have got the energy and got the drive to help as well. But so yeah, we got a few retirements for some of the community action groups. 2018 was extremely hot, so we had to curtail some of the work parties, so that was a problem. We also found some giant hogweed in areas which we would usually pull and go down and work on, and I managed that manually with the correct PPE obviously, but at that time we couldn't manage the Himalayan balsam, but that has been managed, and I went back to look at those areas of giant hogweed this year to see if any had come back, and it hasn't come back, thankfully. So that was quite a success in itself, really, even though it was a problem. And the other problems was having a baby. Don't do that during a hot summer and during a project, because it definitely throws a spanner in the works, and a slight bad back as well. So I don't advise that either. So the conclusions from the project: Japanese knotweed control, the glyphosate spraying is extremely effective when done safely and correctly by a qualified contractor. It's very effective indeed. There obviously is an expense that comes along with it, and this might put people off. I think that's why people hear all these sort of horror stories about how much it's going to cost them and how much it might, and that's probably why it gets spread, because people just cut it, put it in a bag and throw it somewhere rather than trying to get it managed properly. So what we've tried to do is help some private sites out with spraying, and also and then phase it in when they have to carry on themselves. And obviously there's an environmental impact as well of the glyphosate, so we don't quite know how long we've got glyphosate for, and how that will work out, but maybe it'll go to things having to be injected so that there's no residual glyphosate in the wider environment. The Himalayan balsam control, so just a couple of instances of access was a problem, but apart from that, it's it's been effective, but the amount of work that has to go into it to make it effective is sort of arduous, really, and you need a lot of volunteers on the ground every single year, hitting the areas every single year. Every plant you miss potentially could be 800 seeds, so therefore 800 plants the next year. So it really is a lot of work involved in manual Himalayan balsam control. It's very good fun, it's very good for your health and welfare, and it's a very good way of engaging lots and lots of volunteers on the ground. So in those respects it's good. Volunteer power is paramount. They not only work on invasives now, but they look for pollution events They work with the 8 Rivers Trust in our area and look at river fly monitoring. They've all now know about biosecurity, or the ones I've worked with, which they'd never heard about it before. You get the chance to talk to them about the alert species and wider nature problems and issues. So it's very good, but volunteer power is paramount to all of these projects, I think. And basically looking forward to biocontrol success for these long-term invasive species that, you know, without huge amounts of money or volunteer work or lots of endeavour, the biocontrol really is sort of like, I think, the key to the future with these. So post-life, we're going to continue to survey and monitor the sites in 2020-21, and we're also going to support the community action groups. I'm not going to be able to get out to them as much for the next couple of seasons, I don't think. Continue to support the groups, the community action groups work, and try and at least visit them once throughout summer each. Build on the network as well down into Somerset and some other local tributaries, maybe in Bath and a bit further south. Work a lot more closely with the groups like Bristol and Avon Rivers Trust that kind of do very similar sort of work basically, and we might be able to dovetail on some of the work there. And continue to work on the biocontrol for Himalayan balsam and Japanese knotweed in the southwest, which you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, is the future of control for these species. So thank you for listening, and have you any questions?
Thank you very much, Neil. That was brilliant. I've got one question here for you. Where has it gone? Neil, how did you standardise the volunteers' assessment of the abundance of Himalayan balsam?
Well, it's a little bit subjective, in all honesty. Your abundant might be my frequent or my dominant, or you know, that sort of thing. But it's a ballpark kind of assessment. And what I'll do is I've been out with the community action groups and trained them in the first place about how to use the GPS and how to do the initial surveys. And then at the start of the season, you might go out and just do a small stretch with them at the start of the season each year, and just to sort of like calibrate again what they think is a dominant, what they think is an abundant, what they think is a frequent. But if they say something is a dominant and it might be an abundant, it's not a biggie really. If they say something is a dominant and it's actually only a rare, then that's obviously a problem. But in terms of trying to target volunteer work time and how many volunteers, if I get, say, the EA come to me and say I've got 15 volunteers, I want what the information that the community action group has given me to be kind of accurate. So if I go there, they turn up and we've only got an hour's worth of work, it's not a good sign really, sort of. It's not good. But we've never really had that occur. And in the main, I've managed to get around a lot of the watercourses and sort of survey myself as well anyway. So, you know, but yeah, I think just continually calibrating basically.
Great, thank you. I've got another one for you, Neil, from Janice Ridger, and she wants to know how dangerous is glyphosate?
You know, I'm not an expert on how dangerous glyphosate is, to be fair, so it's difficult for me to answer that. There's been well reported stories about, you know, that it's carcinogenic, and it also causes problems to the wider environment. So, you know, I'm not an expert on exactly how dangerous it is, but there has been reports on those things, and that's why there's discussions going on about its continued use. But at the moment, it's still legal, and we use qualified contractors that have got a lot of experience in using it, like, you know, many years of using it, and so they carry the work out on specific days and when it's not too hot and when it's not too windy, etc., etc. So I can only trust in our legal system and their expertise at the moment on that.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Do we have any more questions for Neil? Okay, so we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I think it might be best, because I'm sure everyone's quite tired from staring at screens, if we come back at 1 p.m. So Sarah, you happy to start with your presentation?
Sure, yeah.
So just a quick introduction for everyone who doesn't know Sarah. Sarah is someone who is subcontracted through Rapid Life. She works for C2W, and she produced a really significant part of our toolkit, which was amazing. But I won't go into vast amounts of detail because I'm sure you're going to cover that all. Take it away, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to do my level best to do my screen share and then hit the magic button that allows you to see my presentation. Thank you very much for having me here to Rapid Revelations, which is a bit of a tongue twister, which has led me into a number of dark alleyways as I've been trying to describe to people what it is that I'm doing today. First of all, I would like to say, so my company is C2W Consulting, which stands for Cradle to Wave, and it was the best thing I could come up with because black consulting as I was then would have sounded rather dark, and brown consulting as I am now as a married woman also sounded rather dubious. So I went for C2W, and ever since then people have asked me what it means. So there you go, Cradle to Wave. Brought up by the sea and ended up working on the sea. So it's no surprise that I do marine biosecurity planning as a big part of the work that I do as a freelancer based on the west coast of Scotland. And I pull in a lot of different people to work with on biosecurity plans. And this particular piece of work, I did a lot of work with Chris Wood from the John Bishop Group down in the Marine Biological Association down south. So a big kudos to Chris. I believe she's on the participant list. So hopefully she's her ears are burning slightly as we go through this. And if anybody's got any technical questions about biology and species and all those kind of wet things that we find in the sea that we don't want in the sea, Chris hopefully will come on to the chat and save me. So going on, what was it that Rapid asked me to do? I got the exciting project title of 6.1 and 6.2. And the coding behind that was 6.1 was Marine Biosecurity Planning Toolkit for Marine Site Managers. And 6.2 was a set of training packages and talks for non-specialists. And I'll go into detail about what those both those things mean in just a moment, but it's really important to say that what we tried to do with this piece of work was to work closely with everybody else who is working on the Rapid Life project, to make sure that there was consistency between what the freshwater groups were saying, what the terrestrial groups were saying, what the marine groups were saying. That was about as easy as I know this audience will know it sounds. It's never simple to kind of translate across the different marine, terrestrial and freshwater areas. Very different challenges in different areas, but it was important to us that they were at least aligned and consistent so that we would try and minimize the confusion that can abound in these areas. It was 2 parts of a larger 4-part toolkit. So the other 2 parts were the freshwater and the marine and the terrestrial side of things. And the idea was to take existing materials and then add to them new and relevant detail, and then very much to shape them for specific audiences. We wanted to, under 6.1, to create this biosecurity planning toolkit. So the idea was that if you were running a port, you'd be able to see relevant material just for you, and you'd be able to pull it out and kind of take all this existing guidance and have it in one easy area to look at and to use. And again, the toolkit talks were there to provide a more sort of narrative style approach, so that it was very much aimed at a non-specialist audience, a non-technical audience, and it was supposed to sound and be a bit more hearts and minds kind of approach than the toolkit, which was a bit more business-like. I hold it a close secret, not terribly closely guarded secret, that I'm not a marine biologist. I am a facilitation and stakeholder engagement type person. I do communications by and large with marine audiences. I come from a boating background, so I'm very familiar with the recreation, and I've been a marine planner for some time as well, so I'm familiar with that side of things. So the first thing that we did, and sort of playing to my own strengths, was to go for stakeholder engagement. And again, Appa and Alexia and co were very keen to make sure that we were engaging with people who are going to be the user groups at the end of the day. of these tools that we were producing. So what we wanted to do was to identify those key audiences and then identify any barriers to the uptake that they might have, and to look at the kind of the information that they would need to do effective biosecurity planning going forward. We wanted their buy-in, but we didn't necessarily need them to sign off on the materials. So it wasn't that they had control, but we wanted them to help us shape the language that was being used, and to hope that the final draft would not be a surprise to any one of these people in particular. So we worked with the Royal Yachting Association, the British Canoe Union, the Green Blue, British Marine, the Seabed Users Development Group, the Inshore Fisheries and Conservation Authorities in England, Shellfish Association, Angling Trusts, British Ports Association, UK Harbour Masters Association, as well as some elected members and officers in the related coastal authorities. So it was quite a big and diverse user group, and that's not actually the full extent of the list of the people we engaged with. There were quite a few others as well, but it felt daft to be putting them all on a slide and just reading you out a list. But it was very important that they were involved, and it was really quite interesting talking to them. We did a series of interviews to start with, and then we involved them in the development of the language and the tools as we went forward. And I was interested in talking to them about what their understanding of invasives were, how they would use these things, these tools that we were producing. Would they indeed use them? Was this a bit of lip service, or would they actually embed it into what they do? So there were some challenges in there talking to people. The toolkit looked like this when we first decided what it was that we were going to do. Once we'd had those discussions, it was the initial plan was to have a kind of website, and you can see that the landing page here is where it would start. There'd be a static text box with some key documents like the legislation and the key guidance that they might want to go and look at. There would be another static text box with the 3 golden rules, as we called them at the time: vigilance, reporting and cleaning, and then how to report your sightings. Going back to what Niall was saying earlier on, the spending in this area, I think we need to start managing expectations about what can be achieved sometimes. Whenever we looked at the cost of developing a website like this, and then who would maintain it going forward, and so on and so forth. The GB Secretariat, we're all very grateful we're there to be able to be the host at the end of the day, rather than having to develop our own website and to then worry about how that would be maintained going forward. But this was the structure, this is the kind of logic flow that you would go from the landing page, and then you would decide whether you were a large port or a small scale operator. Then you would look at managing invasives, legal situation, what other groups are doing, and so on and so forth. You can see that flow through. One of the things that really came out at this stage was that the stakeholders really desperately wanted to know, first of all, why did they have to be doing this? So the legal situation was really important. They wanted to know absolutely chapter and verse exactly where they stood in terms of legalities dealing with invasives. And the second thing that they wanted, and has always been my experience in doing biosecurity planning with communities and local groups and so on, is that they are very concerned to know what other people are doing. And I think it's a very human response, and we've seen it during the coronavirus pandemic as well. What's my neighbour doing? Why are they doing it? Are they doing the same as me? Are they putting as much effort in as I am? Does it impact them as much as it impacts me? You know, will they be disproportionately have it easier than I will for some reason? And so the final product actually ended up having quite a lot of that sort of information in it, so that people could actually compare and contrast their experience with other similar user groups. So the toolkit itself, we had a number of different sections. Some of these have now been amalgamated in order to fit onto the GB Secretariat website, either because they were already there. So for example, the landing section, what are invasive species, and that kind of thing, that's already very well covered under the more general sections of the site. So some of these have since been amalgamated, but some of them are still there. And just to highlight a few, you can see there again what I was saying earlier about this best practice by sector, different impacts on different sectors, you know, the different types of sites, so large-scale sites such as a large port or harbour, or a small-scale site such as a more local development, or a, you know, just a simple slipway or a small yacht club, something like that. What other sectors are doing about invasive species, who's taking an active look at things. But one of the interesting things, and one of the subjects that's come up a lot in other biosecurity planning work that I've been doing in the marine environment, I've highlighted their options for infrastructure developments. And this was a section where we looked at, if you were going to be doing infrastructure, so this is sort of future casting, if you were going to be doing an infrastructure development, what kind of infrastructure might be less friendly to invasives than the kind of the normal development that we might see happening. And along with our marine biosecurity actions, mitigations effective, that's one of the big question marks that remains sort of hanging over marine biosecurity planning in particular. What kind of infrastructure might we put into the water that would be less friendly or indeed even hostile to marine invasives? And by the same ticket, you know, what kind of evidence base do we have for the decisions that we're making in terms of biosecurity planning? So I'll give you, for example, we often say in marine biosecurity planning that it would be sensible in the winter for people to drop their moorings to the seabed so that they would be smothered. They anchored the mooring chain and so on, the riser would all be smothered in the soft sediments that you often find on the seabeds underneath moorings. But if they're falling onto rocky substrates, then that might actually make the matter worse. So do we advise people to do that, or do we not? And where's the evidence base for that kind of decision? On to the training packages, 6.2 as it's snazily entitled. So these training packages were very much, the first question was, who are we targeting them at? And we looked at all sorts of marine user groups, event and regatta managers and volunteers, and should we be looking at liveaboards and people who are using their boat year round, or seasonal users, day users, and so on. Would commercial operators actually be outside of the scope? The final list there you can see on the right hand side: commercial ports and harbours, event managers, marinas and large yacht clubs, mariculture, volunteers and mooring associations. Obviously some people are going to feel left out if they looked at that list. Some people might wonder where they fit in that list. But we felt that these were the people who had an opportunity to influence how biosecurity was managed on site, and therefore they were the key user groups. This is what the slides from that particular set looks like. So for example, we've got commercial ports and harbours here, and I've just done a screen grab of all the different slides. And you can see we start with what are invasives, and then economic impact, the complexities of regulation, looking at Schedule 9 and so on, coming through risk assessment, and then we go through the biosecurity actions themselves. If we look at volunteers and mooring associations, it's a slightly different set. The tone is different. We look at more the kind of the impact on the individual. We look at the kind of loss of amenity and hull fouling, and what that might mean for your boating. We do mention Schedule 9, but it's more in a light touch kind of way. And we move on quite quickly into a light touch on biosecurity planning itself. So it's not the full process that we might recommend for a commercial operator. And then we're also giving a case study. In this case, it was the Commonwealth Games flotilla, so it's something people could relate to in that context. The idea was that people would be able to give these presentations to any group, and they would tailor them, well, they can tailor them for themselves, adding in different sections as they went. So I'm just going to take you a quick whiz through the biosecurity planning process. It's a 5-step process, but we kind of tag it as being a 2-step process. So step 1 is to get senior support. The emphasis being that if your committee in your yacht club or your senior management in your port authority don't buy into it, then you really don't stand a chance of putting any of these actions into place. So get senior support. Then the second step, so 2 easy steps: get senior support, then write a plan. How simple can that be? So you're writing your plan actually breaks down into section 1. You're looking at an introduction, why you're writing the plan, usual bit of preamble as to what it all looks like. Section 2 is the scene setting, so it's trying to get people, it's basically scoping what area is going to be covered, what the time limits, what activities are in, what activities are out, and looking at useful contacts. And you'll see these are just screen grabs from the presentation. So we put in example pictures, but we said to people, choose an image relevant to your audience. So all of these things were to be tailored. The third section then is about the environmental information. So we're looking at the physical structure, water chemistry, and the invasive species known to be in the area or coming your way, and designations and that kind of thing. Before moving on to how is the area used, how many boats, what type, where are they coming from, what stock movements there might be, and the level of complexity will depend on the person doing or the organisation doing the biosecurity planning. And finally, these are the actions. So there was a great long list of actions, and if you look on the GB Secretariat website, we've got quite a long list of a sort of smorgasbord of biosecurity actions. And again, I draw your attention to the lack of data on a lot of these things to prove one way or the other how effective they are in different contexts in particular. But communications is a big part of it, reporting and having that open culture of reporting and encouraging people to actually say what they see is a really important part of biosecurity planning. And it's one of the interesting things as a contractor, I find a lot, I actually get quite a lot of communication from people that I've worked with over the years saying, I've just seen X. Do you think it's one of these things that we talked about 3 years ago? And I find myself examining these pictures and then saying, well, have you actually spoken to your manager? Oh, no, I don't want to bother him, her with that. And it's reinforcing that you need to be reporting these things in-house. And the final step then is the monitoring and review of the whole process and keeping that iterative process going so that things get monitored and people come back to the start and make sure that the plan is still active, that there is still senior support, and so on and so on. So this process has been going and been recommended by Natural England and CFAS and SNH and so on, NRW and so on. For a number of years now, and it seems to be bedding in and people seem to be following it. When I see CalMac's biosecurity plan or kind of the big port operators, they're following the same process, and it's good to see that this is something that seems to be chiming with people. It fits in with the standard kind of process for risk assessment and for the HACCP kind of for the health and safety hazard analysis critical control pathway process. And so there's an overlap between those two things to make sure that it's a familiar process. Throughout the 6.1 and 6.2, we found that there were things that people were asking for us time and again. They were either part of one thing, part of 6.1 or part of 6.2. So for example, the horizon scanning species lists. So those were done for the English coasts. And that's available on the website. Now that's a couple of years old, but again, that was the MBA did that excellent work. And that in itself has proved to be a very valuable resource. We also produced a lot of additional pictures that demonstrate impacts, and we did this lovely standalone 6-minute animation, which I'm particularly proud of. And I'm going to ask the organisers, Alexia, do we have time to show even a little sample of the animation? I think maybe just show the first couple of minutes. Hello, hello. I'm going to show the first couple of minutes.
Sorry, yes, that's fine. I thought I'd unmuted myself, but I hadn't.
Cool. Hopefully everybody can hear this.
I don't think we can hear the sound.
Can you not?
If you have it anywhere else, if you can play it through another application and then share your screen, that sometimes works.
Okay, let me see if I can do that. Nope. I knew there'd be a technical challenge somewhere along the line. So if
yeah, don't worry. I feel your pain.
Are you now seeing my YouTube?
No, you'll have to change the screen that you're sharing.
Yeah.
So if you then share your YouTube screen, hopefully we'll be able to hear that.
That's the one. Thank you for that guidance.
I still can't hear it.
No. What pain.
Okay, well,
Because
I
it's
can
just
hear
the
it. There's some beautiful, beautiful music, and then a lovely
you get the
voiceover.
idea from it.
You get the general gist of it. So it is, if I just scroll through a little bit here, it is a little bit entertaining, a little bit tongue-in-cheek. And I know that some people looked at it and thought, oh, God, you know, aliens and, you know, it's all a bit silly and how big can an invasive species really be and all this kind of thing. But actually, it really chimed with a lot of different audiences, and people got the gist of exactly what it was we were talking about and the concerns that we might have about invasive species in 6 minutes, in a nice kind of package, which allowed people to really engage with the topic.
I'm just going to put the link up here on the chat so that people can see it.
Cool.
Yeah. What
I wanted to do was also, I thought right at the end we had, no, we definitely don't want to grow our own coral. Not today anyway. What I wanted to do is to say thank you to everybody that was part of the whole, oh my goodness, I've now got a woman growing coral in my ears. There we go. I wanted to say thank you to everybody that was part of that program, because it really was very much a team effort between the APA and Natural England and MBA and myself. So I think that's probably my time just about up, and I wondered if there were any questions.
Let me just see if I've got any. Hang on. I haven't got any yet. I'm just going to put the link up for the video for the animation. It is really good. If anyone has chance to watch it, I really recommend it. It's quite a good one for introducing people to why INS are important. And yes, someone's asking if it's suitable for children. I would say yes.
Yeah, it's not that scary. Yes,
No.
absolutely. We tried to keep the language very much suitable for all ages, and I have showed it to very young audiences, and I've showed it to commercial divers, and I've showed it to port authorities. I've worked a lot with ABP ports on their biosecurity management, and they all really like it. They all really like it. It just makes the point in a very gentle way. And I can be so flattering about it because I didn't write all of the script. It was Kyla that I was working with on doing that, and Kyla Orr. And she's an excellent science communicator, and she just knocked the edges off some of the language that we were using.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just checking if I've had any more questions. I don't think I've had any more come through. Jen, have you got any there?
No, I haven't got any private ones come through. Just a comment that it was a great talk.
Ah,
Cool.
Someone just said also, thank you. I'm targeting Girl Guides and Rainbows, so this looks like a perfect introduction to invasive.
Excellent, excellent. Really glad. Enjoy.
Well, thanks very much for that talk, Sarah. That was fantastic, and I can't believe how much work you and put in. Yeah, I know you had a lot of input and help, but still to the IS management toolkit, it really is amazing.
Oh, thank you very much.
Set of tools.
Cool.
And I think we're going to have to move on to our next presentation just because of time. You've actually helped us manage to catch up on time, so thank you, Sarah. So I'd like to welcome Andrea Griffiths. Oh, sorry, Jen even. I lie. I'd like to welcome Jen Nightingale. I can't read my own agenda, apparently. So I think Jen doesn't really need much introduction. She works for Bristol Zoological Society. She is what I like to call the crayfish queen. And she has been absolutely instrumental in the Rapid Life project and has been leading on the crayfish aspects of the project, as well as the water bodies accreditation scheme Aqua. And I will let her sort of tell you a bit more about it. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you. Can you see my screen okay? Is that all good?
Yep, it's working.
Great. Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you to everybody for sticking with us. It's been really informative so far. So I'm not sure if I am a crayfish queen. I think I've progressed from a toad lady. Is that a promotion? I'm not sure. And so I'm the UK Conservation Manager at the Bristol Zoological Society, and I'm going to focus today on the work that we've been doing for Rapid Life. But I thought at first I should probably introduce the subject that I'm talking about. So this is the white-clawed crayfish. It's our only native species of crayfish crustacean. So it's freshwater, related to a lobster, and it's slow growing, and it has a relatively slow maturation. So it can take between 3 and 4 years to actually start breeding in the wild. And it only breeds once a year, and the females only have up to maybe 70 to 90 eggs and hatchlings a year. So it can be, and only about 10% of them go through to the maturation point. So you can see it takes a while for them to establish. They're very flexible. They can live in both river systems and lakes, and they eat pretty much anything. We actually term them ecosystem engineers because they're really useful at breaking down detritus and cleaning up the environment. And they're actually a keystone species, which means if you take them out, negative things happen. So when we started this is the status of them here at the moment. They're throughout not just the UK, England and Ireland, but they're also throughout Europe. However, they're globally endangered. Their status increased to endangered by the IUCN in 2010. Now, when we started this project back in the day in 2008, we mapped the Southwest and found there were only 18 populations left. So there'd been a 70% decline. And you can see from these maps that there's a problem here. And that's mainly to do with invasive species, the signal crayfish. And a little bit more on that now. So the reasons for decline, the usual suspects, things like water pollution, habitat fragmentation, coral, they're very, very sensitive to things like high nitrates and phosphate loadings. And the main problem for them is invasive crayfish species. Now, the key one that we have in the United Kingdom is the signal crayfish. This was brought over in the 1970s to be farmed. Very much a similar story to the American mink, which was brought over for the pelt. We brought this guy over for the food industry. Ironically, we mainly exported it to the Scandinavian markets. But the problem with the signal crayfish is it carries something called crayfish plague. Now, this is kind of like a mold that infects our white-clawed crayfish, and at the moment it will kill entire populations within 2 weeks. Not only that, even if it doesn't have plague, it's a bigger aggressive species, so it will outcompete, it will predate on ours, and it will basically take over an environment. Sometimes when it gets to very high carrying capacity, it can cause these biological deserts. It basically eats everything in the environment. Now, there's also financial implications for this. It can cause flooding in lowland areas because it actually creates very extensive burrows within banks. So you can see how this can cause flooding. It will also predate fish, so it can be really debilitating to things like our salmonid industry as well. So it's really bad news, and unfortunately it doesn't just stop with signal crayfish, but we have other species now in the UK. Now, all of these species that you can see here, these are all species from North America. So although the populations are relatively localized in the UK at the moment, they can all carry plague. So potentially they are a very serious threat to our species. And I should say they can all breed. They're temperate species, so they can breed in our waters as well. Now, the other species that we have in the UK, we've got the noble and narrow-clawed. These two are both European species, so they're actually endangered as well from the other invasive species in their native habitats. And we have localized populations, but these guys don't really cause any issue to our crayfish. It's just to make you aware that you could actually see them. The red claw in the middle, this one is the only species allowed in the aquarium trade. So this is a tropical species, and that's allowed. But probably the one of the most serious threat is the marble crayfish down at the bottom here. This one is a temperate parthenogenic species. So if it gets released, it only takes one crayfish potentially to have a population. Now, although it's not in the UK waters at the moment, it is being found in Europe. So it is a particular concern, this one. And again, it's illegal to have it. There are some in the aquarium trade, but they're not allowed in the UK. So what did we do to try and stop this? Well, we set up the Southwest Crayfish Partnership in 2008. This was a group of professionals such as us at the Bristol Zoological Society, the Environment Agency, Wildlife Trust, CFAS, Buglife, and associated crayfish professionals. And we set it up with the backing of the Natural England Countdown 2010 funding. And we set up 5 key strands of the project. And these ones are pretty much, they've carried on throughout. We are mapping counties to work out not only where our native crayfish species are, but also where the invasions are. We're establishing ARC sites, safe sites. We're doing outreach communication. We've heard a lot about check, clean, dry, really promoting the messages that go and enjoy your rivers, but don't forget to check, clean and dry your boots, your gear, between things. Not only can you spread invasive plant species, but you can also spread not just invasive crayfish species, but also crayfish plague, which can actually stay dormant within damp conditions for up to 2 weeks, and then reinfect populations if you accidentally then use your dirty wellies in a new place. So really promoting this. We've also been doing our captive breeding and piloting invasive control studies. So we're now on the 3rd phase of the Southwest Crayfish Partnership. So what was our plan for RAPID? Why did we become an associate partner? Well, we had several key targets. I haven't given them their labels like Sarah did. I'm not quite sure which number and digit we're on. But basically, we have 4 key targets. ARC sites, captive breeding, invasive control, and the Biosecurity Accreditation Scheme. And I'm going to touch on 3 of these today and leave the Biosecurity Accreditation Scheme, leave that to my partners in Southwest Water and the Southwest Lakes Trust. So what was our target with ARC site establishment? Well, very simply, I say, tongue-in-cheek, to set up 3 ARC sites during the duration of the past 3 years. So an ARC site, what is that? Well, basically, it's a safe site. So it can be a river or it can be a still water site, something that is potentially free from invasion over a foreseeable future. It's got to hold water, have the right water quality conditions, and be somehow discrete and isolated from potential invasion within a river catchment. So when we're looking at an ARC site, we do a lot of sampling, a lot of surveying, and it can take up to 2 years to actually get an ARC site from finding something, thinking it's a good idea, to actually getting the animals in it. So we do water sampling, we survey not just for crayfish species, we can't put in animals where there are already crayfish present. We want to know what's there in terms of invertebrates, newts, what plants are there. Of course, if there's something of notable concern or a priority species, we wouldn't put crayfish in there either. We also need to know that the landowners are on board, that the land use around it isn't going to change in the foreseeable future. And we monitor things like temperature and climate proofing. Is it going to stay viable, and is it going to overheat in that time? You're kind of trying to future-proof and look into kind of your crystal ball to see if it's going to be safe over time. Now, once we have a site and it's ticked many, many, many criteria of lots of different stages of assessment, at that point we are ready to bring in crayfish. Now, the crayfish can be either from donor populations that are in the wild, or they can be captive bred. So when we started the population, as I say, we were down to only 18 populations, and we did a traffic light system, red, orange, green. Red meant that they were very, very of high concern, highly threatened populations, usually because there are signal crayfish actually within the catchment and really, really close to them, maybe within a kilometre or so of the actual population. So in this case, what we've done, we've actually moved 8 parts of 8 threatened populations into ARC sites. Now, when we're pricking them up, we basically trap out, and we'll move up to 200 to 500 animals over a staggered amount of time into an ARC site. As I say, we can also use captive breeding for ARC sites, and this might be possible, or this might be appropriate when you've got very, very limited population left. Now, we never move a whole population, only part of a population, just in case invasions don't happen in the future. So what did we do with RAPID? Oh, sorry. To say that when we do our ARC sites release, we actually pit tag all of our crayfish. Now, this is a passive integrated transponder, a little chip inside a glass case. This is exactly the same thing as your dog or your cat has, and we inject it underneath the ventral abdomen surface. It goes into the muscle layer, and it sits there nicely. Now, just to reassure you, I spent a year assessing survival, growth rate, and breeding successes once they were tagged, and it's absolutely fine, they're safe. So we have a minimum size that we can tag, because obviously if you're too small, you can't be tagged. But what this does, it's an incredibly powerful technique, because it means that basically we can track animals long term. We can see when a population is recruiting, i.e. if there's a crayfish without a tag, we know it was born in the wild, and we can see how far they go and how long lived. So it's really, really useful. So everything that we release has now got its own unique little tag on it. So with the Southwest Crayfish Partnership, we've established 18 sites over 6 counties, and as I say, we've moved 8 threatened populations. We've got captive bred sites, and we've also got river supplementations. This is where we've added basically crayfish up to where higher than a native population where they've become extinct. And so far, now it can take a very long time to see these guys to actually, you can imagine if you put a few crayfish into a large area, it might be very hard to find them again. So it can take up to 10 years to actually find them and to know that your population is established. So, but we're very happy to report that we've got over 55% of the sites are recruiting and very, very stable. So what about for Rapid? Well, basically we had a target of 3 ARC sites to set up. And since the project began, we've actually released 900 white claw crayfish into 4 ARC sites. We've released in Hampshire, so we've released 515 over 2017 to 19. And this is basically a river supplementation where they've basically become extinct. So we've supplemented and put them higher up to a natural range. We've supplemented an existing ARC site at Sparsholt College in their lake. I'll pretty much use anyone's water as long as you haven't got predatory fish like perch or carp. I'll put crayfish in there for you, don't you worry. We've set one up with project partners Puxton Park, that's a leisure attraction nearby in Somerset, and we released 204 of those last year. And yesterday, in fact, hot off the press, we actually released 70 captive bred ones from my shed into a Somerset River. Now, I can't give you the location of that because we tend to keep them secret where they're public places. And I'm very pleased to report that a 5th one will be coming online at our sister zoo at Wild Place Project in the autumn of this year. And these are yesterday's photographs. So this is us, the lovely Neil Green, who you've already heard speaking today, and Holly Thompson, my crayfish hatchery manager. So this is us releasing yesterday. And it was just a lovely moment because it takes a long time, as I say, to set up an ARC site. So what about moving on to our second target for Rapid? This is captive breeding. So our target here was to hatch over 1,000 crayfish. So what did we do? Well, just to first introduce you to our hatchery, we have our hatchery, our main hatchery is at Bristol Zoo Gardens. And that is basically, we set it up at the beginning of the Southwest Crayfish Partnership, so over 10 years ago now. And it basically acts as an ARC site. Why is that? Because it's not on a river, it's not on flow through, it's basically on treated mains water. And we have 2 systems. So we have a big outside 4,000 litre system that's got 13 tanks on a recirculation. So we have to filter it, and we basically have to chill and heat the water. And we kind of mimic river temperature as much as possible because we're trying to get these guys ready for release. We also want to breed animals in there. And the animals actually breed in autumn. So we need to drop the temperatures again because the trigger for breeding is lower water temperatures and also reduced daylight. So we're trying to mimic as much as possible the environment to get them to breed. Now, once they breed, which is in autumn time, then when the females have eggs, we'll separate the males off from them and keep the females in these outdoor tanks. Then when they're close to hatching, which is around springtime, we bring the mothers, the females with their eggs, into these smaller systems. These are 1,000 litre systems, and it means that we can keep an eye on the females, and it's always really exciting when the eggs have got little eyes and you know they're about to hatch. And it's a whole year of, it takes a whole year basically for a cycle, so we do get super excited about this. And so here's our model. So basically what we do is we either bring in females in berry with eggs in spring, and then we hatch them out, rear the juveniles, and health screen the female adults and then release them. Or we do, as I say, the whole captive breeding, where we select wild caught broodstock and then mate them and breed them in captivity. And this is a little corral. This is Martin Frayling, who basically taught me my craft. He was at the Environment Agency. And these are basically little pots where we put the crayfish, individual females, so that we can carry her safely to the zoo without her getting stressed and losing her eggs. And this is just when they hatch. They look like teeny tiny crayfish, except they don't have fully formed tails. So they'll stay on mum for up to about 3 weeks, and they'll have 2 molts. And then we call them stage 2. This is when they're basically ready to leave. And at this point, she predates them if we don't take her out quickly enough. So it's a real, it's a little bit edgy, this part of the life cycle. Now we've had to expand our hatchery, so I've now got them at my shed as well. So this is my house and this is my shed. I would take you on a Zoom, but I don't think reception's gonna, I'm not that confident with it yet. And I've also been running my PhD thesis out of the shed, optimizing aquaculture techniques for how to breed a crayfish. Just add some water, really. That's the basic kind of conclusion I've come to. And we've been extending also to Bristol water. So this is our 3rd hatchery space where I grow on my crayfish for release. So a big shout out to Bristol water for allowing me to steal their trout tanks for my crayfish system as well. Now, what was our output? So our target was to produce 1,000 crayfish, and I'm delighted to say we've produced 1,100 over the course of this project. At the moment, I have about 250 crayfish in my shed, and more on that in a little bit. So what was our next target? So our next program target for RAPID was invasive crayfish control. Now we had a target of having 2 control sites and reducing the crayfish population by 75%. So this is the first time that we've done crayfish control. And basically, in terms of, just to give you a quick background on crayfish control, there's been a variety of lab-based control trials over the years, and this has basically stemmed from Paul Stebbing's work at CFAS, looking at things like male sterilization and developing crustacean-specific bait matrices. Now, this has been expanded into the wild. The first project, the first field project, was with Nikki Green, and she's still continuing. Nikki Green's a professional ecologist, and she works on the River Barle, looking at male sterilization plus trapping. Now, there are other elements that you can do, for instance, trapping plus adding predatory fish, dewatering, or using biocides. Now, at the moment, biocides are the only really 100% eradication control. The rest of these elements are good for reduction, but not for eradication. Now, obviously, using a biocide in many situations is inappropriate. So what the aim of this is to stop the spread rather than eradicate completely. I would like to say here that there's a lot of great scientists out there working on further methods. So there may be a potential for full eradication without using something as debilitating as biocide in the future. So our control trial was at Chumagna Reservoir and at the Wimford Brook. So we used a process of trapping out, and this is Neil, again, harder action. He's all over the place. He's a jack of all trades, this man. And here he is with one of our artificial refuge traps. And just to give you an idea of how this looks, so basically this is the reservoir, and the red dots are all the artificial refuge traps that we put in. So we've got a line down the middle and traps all around the edges. And basically we check the traps once a fortnight. And now the plan is to put in predatory perch as well, recognizing that when you trap, you're basically trapping out the big guys. And most of the way a population is built up is basically there's a lot of younger animals and not that many adults. So to get the younger animals, you want to bring in a predator. Now we would have introduced the predator in the winter of last year, but unfortunately COVID has prevented this. So we can't actually introduce our predator until this autumn. However, we will be continuing this trial because we want to see what the trapping is plus the perch. Now we've seen some really interesting migration in and out as well from the Wimford Brook. So at the moment, I would say we've actually trapped out over 22,000 animals. Is this a 75% reduction? Well, at the moment, I would say I have absolutely no idea because, as I say, we haven't put our predators in, but we are getting a really good idea of how they utilize the site. The other element of this was our dewatering. So we had to do an estimate of 75% removal. Now, this is the top of the Wimford Brook where we diverted the water, and you can see we've pretty much emptied it entirely. Now, although there will still be some crayfish within it, we're confident that we removed at least 75% of the animals there. And then the other part of the dewatering was on a concrete basin. Now this, I can assure you, this was 100% removal because we removed everything. So a man-made structure is much more effective in terms of dewatering because you can empty it completely. And with that, with the dewatering, obviously came fish removal as well. So what we did is we actually had these large containers at the side and pulled out the fish and then tracted them into the brook to make sure that all the fish survived during this process. And the signal crayfish were humanely killed and then basically cooked in hot water to make sure that plague wasn't still present if they have plague. And then they were buried on site to prevent any biosecurity issue. So what were our targets? Our targets were basically 2 sites. So the tube magnet, as I said, we've removed over 22,000 animals, including eggs and hatchlings, and we're bringing the perch in autumn. And we're going to continue this until at least 2022. Bristol Water are going to sponsor this element so that we can continue this trial because we really want to get a very good handle on it. And then in terms of the dewatering, again, very successful in a man-made structure. So definitely a recommended technique, but the Environment Agency needs to obviously be consulted in case of any flooding risks. So the other part was the Biosecurity Accreditation Scheme, and I'm going to leave that to the very, very capable Kate Hills and Nicola Morris to discuss more of that with you. But just to say, yeah, that's been something that we've been ticking along as part of RAPID as well. So just to tell you about what happens, what's the afterlife for this project? Well, it just carries on really. We've been doing crayfish for 10 years and we're not really going to stop. So we're carrying on with our surveying, our ARC site establishment and our monitoring. We basically monitor, at the moment we're monitoring 12 sites every other year, so biennial monitoring. We're carrying on our captive breeding. We offer a lot of practitioner support and training. We do a lot of outreach. This is the first presentation that I've done in many, many years without showing you our crayfish costumes, but we do have those available for hire or just to have. And we have, basically we're about to employ a biosecurity conservation officer, basically really working on carrying on a lot of the invasive weed control and invasive crayfish control and outreach in the southwest. Plus lots of research. I'm finally going to be writing up a lot of this and producing a crayfish handbook in case you would like to read something like that. So a massive shout out here for all our project partners, particularly the Southwest Crayfish Partnership and my team at the zoo. I couldn't do it without the likes of Holly and Neil. And a massive thank you to all our project partners as well. Now, I just wanted to say, and I know I've got a little, have I got a bit of time, Alexia? Just say yes. Just do a thumbs up. Thumbs up, because so as part of it, if you have been at Bristol Zoo Gardens, we were very, very excited to host you today. And what we would have done is show you have a tank of crayfish. So I thought, well, in the absence of being able to see a tank of crayfish, I would bring the crayfish to you. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and then if you put me on large in your screens, hang on, this may or may not work. I'm going to attempt to show you, let you meet some crayfish. So I'll stop sharing. And then, right, so am I in big, Alexia?
So if you click speaker
Yeah.
view participants, then Jen's screen should go big.
I've also got to just cover my keyboard because the last time I did this, my keyboard got really soggy. Okay, so here we are. So this one, she's a freshly molted female. So she's captive bred, she's in my shed. And she is 4 years old now. So she didn't make it to the ARC site yesterday because she's just molted. So I haven't tagged her yet. So she'll be tagged on here, sort of just injected there. And then she will be released quite soon, actually, because she's wondering where all her tank mates have gone. So that's a female. And she's got this big, oh, she's jackknifing now. She's got this big wide tail where she basically has her eggs and she tucks them up under here. Now, hang on, that's not all. So there's a big female. So as I say, she's 4 years old. And then we've got here. So then, hang on, bear with me. So I just want to give you a size difference. So then this little chap, now that one's a year old. So he's too small to tag, so he hasn't gone out yet either. So he's going to be a couple more molts, and then he'll be tagged. Now for the male sterilization that I talked about, and sorry, I hadn't really got time to talk about it too closely in detail, but can you see, I don't know if you can see that, can you see he's got two little sort of white clusper bits? Can you see that? And they're basically, yeah? And they're basically snipped off during male sterilization. So the big guys who hold the territories, what they do is they basically, they can't mate effectively with the females. So they hold these territories, they prevent the females mating, from having fertilized eggs, and they prevent the younger males from mating, and they can't actually put the spermatophores in the right place. So there he is, he's waving at you all and saying, really sorry you didn't come to Bristol Zoo and see me in the flesh, as it were. There we go. And then one more. Have I got time for one more, Alexia?
Yeah, you've got time for one more, and then there's some questions as well. I've got a lot of questions for you. So.
Okay, hang on. Oh, goodness. This is the hardest one, sorry. Can you just talk for a minute, Alexia?
Yeah, sure. Someone just said to me, a great talk from the crayfish queen. That's your name now, I'm sorry.
Okay, hang on.
Is it a really diddly one?
Oh, shush, don't spoil it. Oh, God, I really am going to drop it. I'm going to really make my... Okay, hang on. 2 ticks, please, listeners. Right. Can you...
Oh, yeah, we can just about see it.
Can you see it?
It's a little blurry, but we can see it.
Is that better?
Wow, yeah.
Okay, so this is 6 weeks old. Can you see that nicely?
Yeah, we can see it.
So that's just at 6 weeks. Oh.
I never thought I'd find myself going, oh.
Well, this is what outreach is about, Sarah. It's all about making you love crayfish.
Seeing is believing. Unfortunately, all of my samples, I think I've got the largest private collection of invasive non-native species from the marine environment, and I've got a shelf behind me of all sorts of revolting things that I could pull out of alcohol and show you, but none of them would make you go, oh. They all make you go, ugh.
Well, you see, I'm up against gorillas. That's my problem at the zoo. So the challenge is on to make people really love and care about crayfish. And as I say, there's probably about sort of 200 plus of those in the shed at the moment. And so that one, yeah, that's going to molt again. But yeah, it takes in captivity, they'll take, we can actually breed them in the 2nd year. So it's a much quicker process because they've got more stable environments and a lot more food. And at this size, they're basically eating live food. So I'm feeding it lots of different types of shrimps, live shrimps, and gut loading them, and then weaning them onto kind of a plankton diet later. And then they start eating like superfoods like chard and cabbage, and they start eating plants as well. Right, okay, I'll do some questions and then I'll show you.
All right, We've got some quick fire questions. Everyone's very excited to see your crayfish, by the way.
Okay.
Definitely the highlight, I think, stole the show. So regarding ARC relocation for white-clawed crayfish, are they quarantined prior to release, especially if they're sourced from a river that has signals?
So if they've got signals in the river, then they would be health screened in the river. So basically, with if they've got, so crayfish, signal crayfish can either carry plague or not, and the Environment Agency usually tries to screen them periodically so they know whether they are plague carriers or not. So before, if we were going to do something from that sort of case, we would have to health screen a large proportion of the white claws to make sure that they weren't carrying plague. And in that situation, they wouldn't go into another river because it would be too dangerous. So in that situation, they would go into a closed water body. I mean, all crayfish are screened before moving. So in a case of, if you're moving, say, 500 animals, you can't bring them all into captivity and quarantine. So what you do is you do a proportion of them, you health screen them before you move them. In the case of the captive breeding ones, what we do is we sacrifice a percentage, and that's really hard to do. So this year I had to sort of select an amount of crayfish to basically go for health screening, and it's a one-way ticket. It's not like when we do a waterfowl reintroduction and we can just do some skin swabs and an x-ray. We basically have to kill the animal. So then it's awful. You have to kind of choose which ones to select for screening, but it's really the only way to make sure that you're not bringing in novel disease. And the other thing I would say is that when you are moving a population after health screening, we try and make sure it's within the same river catchment so that you're not bringing in anything potentially into a new river catchment, if that makes sense. And the majority of our ARC sites these days are still water sites, which are kind of standalone water bodies.
All right, I'm going to have to quickly rush to the last few questions before we move on to the next presentation. Minimum size water body which could be considered for an ARC site?
Probably something like a 2 hectare, yeah, probably I'd say 2 hectare lake, something like that. Possibly 1 hectare, but it would be more like a stocking pond. So we'd use it as a harvesting pond. So you can have smaller ones, but they're harvested more than, obviously, if you want the larger the better, really, for an ARC.
That makes sense. From Zoe Trent at Southern Water, do you have any, sorry, I haven't said the names of everyone else. Do you have any concerns about genetic diversity? Does the remaining UK population have enough genetic diversity to be resilient?
So it's pretty poor. There's a bit more genetic diversity up north than there is down south. So wherever possible, we try and bring in quite a large proportion of males and females. So we try and kind of have about sort of 300 as a bare minimum for an ARC. So yesterday's 70, they will be increased. We'll be supplementing them for the several years to get a kind of as diverse we can. But in reality, none of the populations are very diverse. So we're not too concerned about this. And what we're on the hunt for at the moment is populations that are resistant to plague, because there are some populations of white claws in Europe which are plague resistant. So we're trying to find some of them here so that we can then breed that resistance. And there's some really clever genetic scientists looking at the kind of at molecular level, what makes a crayfish resistant to plague. So more on that to follow. That's the next phase of my project, is to breed amazing bulletproof crayfish.
Right. Last 2 questions, and then we better get moving. What do you find is the most effective predatory fish species?
Perch. Because perch are little and they're wily, so when they're little they can get into refuges. They're very tenacious, they're very voracious feeders, and usually they're found within the same catchments as well, so it's not like you're bringing in anything novel. Any animals, so for instance with the true magna one, it will be locally sourced and health screened animals obviously that we put in, but perch is a great predator. There is some work happening in the north with eels as well. But eels, because of their endangered status, it's much harder to utilize them, and they're in less supply. The supply of them is less. Okay, one more question. I'm trying to do quick answers, and it's fine.
They're very good answers. Also, someone else is just saying they attended your crayfish course and that they love the crayfish and they can't recommend the course enough.
Thank you.
So
we
if
didn't
anyone
do
else
it
is
this year
interested,
because of COVID, but it'll be on again next July.
Yeah, so if anyone else is more interested in learning more about crayfish, that's the place to go. So the last question was, would people be able to come and see the work in person?
Yes. So we do, yeah, we have a lot of, obviously a lot of work at Bristol Zoo. So people are more than welcome to come and visit me at Bristol Zoo, and I can show them around the hatchery. And we do have, We do allow people to come on some away days as well. So basically just contact me. Sorry, I forgot to, my last slide had my contact details on it, but
we'll circulate all the contact details for the presenters anyway.
But yes, there are opportunities to see the project in working.
Fabulous. Well, I think we'll have to stop there, I'm afraid. But that was a brilliant talk. We really love your enthusiasm. And now we will be moving on to Andrea, who's going to talk about the Southeast Regional Invasive Alien Species Management Plan, so the Southeast RIMP.
Okay.
And just a quick introduction to Andrea. Andrea is works for the, I can't remember it now, Medway Valley Countryside Partnership. I think that's right. And is one of our subcontractors who's been really engaged with RAPID and worked on several of our contracts. And yeah, she's very enthusiastic about INS.
Okay, thank you. Right, share screen, sorry, hang on. Right, hopefully that's working. Can you see that okay? Yeah?
That's fine, yeah, that's working.
Okay, lovely. Okay, thank you for that. Not sure I can actually follow that though, Jen, that was amazing. I'm gutted to actually go next because this is going to be as dull as ditch water in comparison, but I shall do my best to keep people awake following your amazing talk, so thank you for that. Yeah, so I'm Andrea, I work for the Medway Valley Countryside Partnership, so this is us. We do loads of different things where our invasive species work is classed as one of the local action groups, but we do loads of other things as well around Kent, specifically in Tunbridge and Malling and Maidstone boroughs. So we work to protect and enhance the local environment and green spaces and engage with people and local communities, etc. So we do loads of different projects. So you can obviously have a look at our website if you want to know more about what we do. With regards to invasives, we go beyond our borough work to cover the whole of the Medway catchment. So it's a huge project. We cover the whole of the catchment from East Sussex and parts of Surrey right up to the estuary of the Medway. So it's quite a large project, and we're looking at predominantly 5 different species of invasive plants. So giant hogweed, Japanese knotweed, Himalayan balsam, floating pennywort and water fern predominantly, but we will do other things as well. So this is a picture of me. You can just about see me looking rather bonkers, hiding behind a huge forest of giant hogweed, probably breaking some health and safety rules there actually, to be fair. But yeah, so giant hogweed work, we've just been doing loads and loads of that, obviously, at this time of year. So despite social distancing requirements recently, we've just more or less completed our giant hogweed work for 2020, and we've treated over 14,000 plants so far this year on the catchment, so that's great. We do loads of awareness raising as well. So we've written a children's book to help raise awareness with children. It's about sort of riverbank management, but it goes into the different plant species as well. So that's been really nice, and that was given out to loads of local schools. I do a lot of public speaking, so this was us at the Property Care Association Weed Conference a few years ago. And as I say, we do a lot of work with children, so this is one of our volunteers pulling parrot's feather, I think this was, from the school pond. So loads of different work like that as well as our main catchment control work. So we've been lucky enough to be involved with various Rapid Life projects. So we've been working with CABI to look at the biocontrol trials for Japanese knotweed and Himalayan balsam. And I'll let Corinne and Co tell you about that obviously shortly. We've been doing floating pennywort management as part of one of the small scale control works, which has been fantastic. We ran some of the priority species workshops, which were brilliant, really enjoyed doing those, that was really good. And we wrote the Southeast Regional Invasive Alien Species Management Plan, or the Southeast RIP. So it's that I will now talk to you about specifically. So Alexia introduced the Southeast or the RIMPs earlier on when she talked about RAPID. So there's a RIMP for each of the 5 regions of England. And the idea behind these, as Alexia said, is to bridge the gap essentially between the high level strategies and the work that's going on the ground with local action groups and the like. And we wrote the Southeast RIMP one, so you can, the Southeast region, so you can see the different regions there. We wrote the Southeast Rim with the Medway Swale Estuary Partnership. So we're the Medway Valley Partnership, so we tend to work along the freshwater Medway, but we partnered up with the Medway Swale Estuary Partnership, and they concentrated on collating the information for the coastal and estuarine areas, where we obviously concentrated on the freshwater and terrestrial. So hats off to Medway Swale, they were great partners in this. And this was the Southeast region, so not the biggest of the regions in England, but certainly had its complications. What I did was I broke it down into catchments as well, so I didn't want to do an overarching Southeast regional document. I wanted it to be very catchment relevant, so that people who might come into a new job, say for example in a catchment, would be able to get very specific, very, very local information. So we broke it down like this. So this was the Southeast region. And what we did, we spent an awful lot of time collating historical data where we could, to look at what has obviously been recorded where previously. We contacted a huge amount of people in the Southeast and made some great new contacts. And part of the RIMP was to also show who was where and what kind of organisations people might want to discuss this with in the future. So that was really helpful. So that someone else coming along in the future won't have to start from scratch. So we made loads of new contacts, and loads of those people gave us lots of information about data with regards to species presence and absence. So that was really, really good. And we did lots of obviously map research, trying to look at where hotspot areas might be and where high risk areas for future invasion might be as well. So a huge amount of background work obviously went into this. We held a couple of consultation events in Kent, and we also had additional meetings with various stakeholders in Kent and London and in Hampshire as well, which was lovely. And we obviously shared the draft version around as much as we could before it went live. We did come across various problems. Firstly, time. It took a lot more time than we thought it would. A lot more work than we thought it would initially to write, which we didn't really factor in. And we didn't factor in things like the cost for data. That we found the cost of some historic data quite astronomical, and that hadn't been factored in. So we did have to rely a lot on kind of word of mouth and what local people on the ground said was where, which was great really, because you need that local knowledge. So that was really nice. But the fact that the time frames meant that we were collating all of this and writing it during the spring and summer didn't really help, because some people that had a lot of knowledge perhaps couldn't actually feed in that much because they were so busy during the spring and the summer. So we did have some problems, but overall we were really pleased. We ended up with a huge amount of data on a catchment by catchment scale, but that in itself caused problems in the fact that my first draft was about 800 pages long. And Alexia was like, what? So I did have to spend quite a lot of time trying to salvage what we'd actually achieved, but obviously cutting that down massively into being a more workable document, which I think we did. I'm quite pleased with it. The end result, which is now obviously along with all the other RIMPs, you can download for free from the Rapid Life website, or the NNSS website, the Rapid Life section of that website. So the final document has a lot of information about species, obviously, what's present, what's not present, pathways, hotspot areas, areas of high risk, and obviously each individual species has got information on it. There's loads of information about pathways as well, potential pathways into the region and all that kind of thing. So quite a lot of information that is in there. So as I say, each individual species has a kind of row in these various spreadsheets telling you about its risks, the impacts it would have, and also lots of links to other areas where you can get more information. And there's lots of information on there about high concern species or blacklist species, so species which are potentially not around yet in a given catchment, so ones that we need to be very much on the lookout for and respond rapidly to should they arrive. There's loads of information like that. And the final version is about 92 pages, so much better than my original 800-page mammoth document that was produced. But I was really pleased because even though we managed to cut it down quite massively, we managed to retain a lot of the catchment by catchment data that we'd managed to collate. So what we produced was colour coordinated grids. So black is for species of high concern, red is early detection and eradication, so species that are obviously not well established, so if they do suddenly arrive, they need to be responded to very quickly. And then species where obviously long-term management is more realistic, and also where management might not even there might not even be a methodology for management. So this was the kind of colour grid, and we produced these crazy-looking charts. So we broke the region down into catchments with species down one side, so that you can actually look at your individual catchment and look at a species and know, kind of relate that back to the level of attention. So is it here yet? Is it a rapid response species? Is it a long-term management plan? That kind of thing. So we were able to retain a lot of that catchment by catchment data, whilst actually reducing the document size into something a bit more manageable. So that was our Southeast RIMP. I would encourage everybody to use the RIMPs. I think they're a great resource. Hopefully they'll be really helpful to people. So do go on to the Rapid Life section of the NNSS website if you haven't already, and have a look at those for your region. They will obviously be updated, as Alexia said, as part of the Afterlife section of Rapid Life. So what more for us in the Medway Valley? Well, our INS work generally continues. So we will continue with our Medway catchment-wide control programme. We will continue to raise awareness of all the invasive species, including things like Asian hornets, which we're trying to get a lot more involved in Kent. We're part of the Asian Hornet Action Team now as well, so we can help sort of tell people yes or no with regards to any identification or photographs that are sent in. We continue to train up volunteers and professionals, and we will continue to work on things like biocontrol as well. So our standard invasive species programme continues. As I say, we've just finished doing a load of giant hogweed work, which has been good. And as for Rapid, well, we were involved with the floating pennywort. That was our small scale control works. And that continues. We're just starting to do that now. It's obviously been difficult and slow to start because of COVID, but we are now starting to get back out on the water and do some work with that. We've written a how-to guide in partnership with the Cam Valley Forum and British Canoeing, so many thanks to those people who helped feed into that. This is mainly for our own volunteers on the Medway, one of which is pictured there. That's Ian, one of our fantastic volunteers. He's been brilliant at helping to remove some of the floating pennywort and to reporting where it is. So we've written this document as kind of like the end of the rapid involvement with the small scale work for our own volunteers, but obviously it can be free to use if anyone else wants it. And we are promoting the RIMPs as well, obviously, as I've just said. So the Southeast RIMP was recently quoted in the Maidstone Biodiversity Strategy document that's going live soon, we hope. So we are promoting it and we are encouraging people to use it, so that's great. So we will continue to do that, and we will continue to do our other RIMS work as well. And that's it from me. Any questions?
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Andrea. That was really interesting. 800 pages was quite long. I was amazed how much detail you produced, but it was all very useful stuff, but obviously nice to have something slightly more succinct. Yeah. One person asked you, although this might be more of a question for me, can I ask why the Thames tributaries, such as the Loddon, Wey, Kennet, etc., were in the Midlands RIMP and not the Southeast?
As far as I can't remember why the regions were the shape they were. I think it was something to do with how the catchments.
Yeah, I think so this is a bit before I started the job and took it on, but I believe that it was based on some Environment Agency catchments or something like that. Yeah, catchment areas.
Part of shape, because part of if you're used to kind of looking at sort of counties, part of Surrey was in the Southeast RIMP and parts in the Midland, and the same with parts of London. It was kind of strange how it was broke up, but it was, yeah, something to do with the layout of catchments, I believe. You'd have to ask. Yeah.
I think originally we'd wanted to have smaller regions, but there'd been some kind of issue with that, so that's why it ended up being 5. I suppose it would have been an absolute mission to get even more contractors to cover even more areas. But I'm guessing you must have found that quite a challenge in a way, that you had sort of cut off bits in the middle of counties and things.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it was great in terms of liaising with other contractors working in the other regions, because sometimes I suddenly realise I've collated a load of data that actually should go into the Midlands one, or that should actually go into the South West one. So the fact that the people doing each of the individual links were talking to each other was helpful. Yeah, no, that wasn't really an issue.
Someone's saying it sounds like CEH catchments. Yeah, that's entirely possible. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was definitely some sort of official line drawn around it. I've got a document somewhere with it on. Jen, have you had any questions for Andrea? Oh, you're muted, Jen.
Sorry, I'm just that old chestnut. I'm just scrolling down. There's a lot of no, I think they're all still crayfish ones coming to me. No, I haven't got any for you. I think you've got them all, Alexia.
I've got one more from Valerie saying, do you know, are there how-to documents available for other invasive species?
Well, Rapid Life section of the website, look at those, there's loads of them.
Yeah, if you've got good practice guidance there, yeah.
I mean, the Southeast Rim, when we've talked about individual species and management of that species, we've linked across usually to the good practice guides that have been produced as part of Rapid. So yeah, check out the Rapid Life section of the website. I'm
just checking now out of curiosity, because I know we have about 14, 15 species on there. So those of you who haven't been on our web pages yet, it's www.nonnativespecies.org/rapid. I'm just having a quick skim. So there's American mink, American skunk cabbage, carpet sea squirt, curly waterweed, floating pennywort, although Andrea's also got that covered, probably in more detail than we do. Giant hogweed, Himalayan balsam, Japanese knotweed, New Zealand pygmyweed, Pacific oyster, parrot's feather, piri burr, slipper limpet, water primrose, zebra mussel, and terrapin. Although obviously in a lot of these cases, the management is somewhat limited and it's more down to prevention than anything else.
Our floating pennywort guide is mainly as well to do with volunteers from canoe, kayak, so because that's kind of where we've started to move towards, how we've moved towards doing it. So we want to give our volunteers a lot more power to do their bit, whereas previously we've kind of gone, don't touch it. This year we're really trying to empower the volunteers and help them to help us. But we wanted to provide some sort of training, some sort of guide for them. So
yeah, that makes sense.
And, obviously, it gives an introduction to floating pennywort and talks about biosecurity in depth and stuff like that. But it's mainly written for someone that might be in a canoe who might want to do some work. But if you want to.
Okay, well, I think we best move on to the next speaker, because I'm kind of aware that time is ticking away. Oh, my video's gone off. Didn't notice that. Oh, hi. So thank you very much, Andrea. That was really interesting. If we can move on to Nicola Morris from the Southwest Lake Trucks and Kate Hills from Southwest Water, who are going to talk a bit about the Aqua scheme.
Okay, thank you, Alexia. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear you just fine.
Right, so, thank you so much for asking me to speak today. I'm going to be delivering the first part of this, and I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Kate Hills. So first, thank you to everybody involved in the whole of the project, really. It's been a really interesting day today, and the project has been absolutely fantastic. And the other thing I'd like to mention as well is that I can only speak from a Southwest perspective, but those of you that know me will know that I have a number of different hats. So I am the project coordinator for SING, the Community Invasive Non-Native Group based in the Southwest. I also chair the Cornwall Invasive Species Forum and co-chair the Southwest Invasive Species Forum with Kate Hills. So with those things that I'm aware of, and also listening to some of the talks today, it's absolutely fantastic to see such a coordinated approach in the Southwest region. So yeah, that's really good. So I'm going to talk to you today about the Aqua Biosecurity Accreditation Scheme, which has been alluded to today already. And this was actually the original brainchild of Ben Nightingale, and she realised that with her work with crayfish, she actually needed to develop the biosecurity accreditation scheme to help to protect the native crayfish. Since that original idea, the project has just grown and grown to the stage where now we're actually working with all aquatic invasive species across all freshwater bodies. And so the idea of this scheme, with my work with as Invasive Species Officer at South West Lakes Trust, it's one element of the work that I do there, but it's brilliant to be able to bring some of my real passions together, that of invasive species, biosecurity and citizen science as well. So as has already been mentioned, this is a regional pilot trial involving a number of organisations, and the scheme itself is run by a steering group, and you've heard from all of us today, and you will hear from Kate later. So that's Jen, Kate, Neil, Alexia and myself. And as I say, it's open to all water bodies with all waterway users. So we're not just focusing on one stakeholder group, we're actually working with all water users who use the freshwater system. And the idea is not to just increase the biosecurity efforts to combat threats that invasive species pose, but also to preserve native aquatic diversity as well. So any centre that it works towards accreditation and achieves that a level of accreditation demonstrates that they're actively conserving their site to maximise native aquatic diversity. Now, the scheme itself is assessed at 3 different levels, from gold through to silver and bronze. Now, the gold award, as you would expect, is kind of the gold standard, really. It's not an easy level to achieve at all. You have to demonstrate extensive action and evidence that action on biosecurity at the site that you're working at. Through to silver, and then bronze, which is our entry level assessment. Again, it's not easy to achieve. It's not an easy qualification, award rather, to get. But if somebody can get the bronze level, then it does actually provide evidence of commitment to biosecurity, but it also gives peace of mind to the waterway users that are actually using those sites as well. As landowners and land managers, we are actually committed to protecting the waters. Now, there is a very extensive list of criteria which you need to fulfil in order to achieve these levels, and the steering group has been working on refining these quite extensively. But for each of those levels, gold, silver and bronze, we ask for a biosecurity risk assessment to be carried out on each of those sites. So that's standard across all of those levels. With the recording invasive species at bronze level, we're asking for anecdotal reports to be reported through to local record centres, and I record on an annual basis at least. And obviously any alert species would be, the details of those would be sent straight through to the relevant bodies, including the Secretariat and NSIP as well. And then down to, I won't touch on all of these because I realise that we're short on time today. But for the facilities, we actually ask for no additional criteria for the bronze level, because we're very often aware of the fact that the bronze level lakes and reservoirs are often going to be very small fisheries that maybe wouldn't have the funds to provide facilities. But at silver level, we ask the lake managers to provide some kind of cleaning facilities for people that are using their lakes. And then at gold level, we ask for full washdown facilities, but that could be in the form of a number of things, from angling dip tanks to full boat washdown facilities. And then we obviously ask for information to be provided to members, and for general awareness raising materials to be issued to anybody that visits the lakes as well. In particular, we ask people to support the Invasive Species Week, which is an annual event coordinated by the Secretariat, and it's a really good opportunity to get people engaged in the work that they can help out with, as well as the work that we're doing as well. Now, for events, again, we don't ask for any additional information for the bronze level, because usually due to the size of those sites. But for the silver, for anybody entering a site for events, we insist that all of their equipment is clean. We'd hope that were true at any time, but particularly for events when we have people travelling often from other parts of the world, not just within region. So it's really important that we make sure that we clean everything down before they actually enter the site for events. And then for gold level, we ask people not only to check that the equipment is clean when it's entering the site, but also that facilities are provided for people to do that on site as well. And there are various other reports and checks which need to happen as well. And so there's, as I say, a big long list of things which need to be evidenced in order to achieve accreditation. So where are we at the moment with this scheme? Well, it's a Southwest regional pilot trial, but we do have 60 lakes in the scheme, and I think that's quite a feat considering the current situation. And we do have 34 ready for accreditation at least, and we're just waiting for a few more things at the other sites, and that all of those will be ready then. It's been quite a difficult task to try and continue with that under the circumstances that we're in, but I think we've done a good job. So well done to everybody in the team. We have site guardians recruited at all of those lakes, and I'll explain a little bit more about those in a minute. We couldn't do the work without them. We also provide training for our colleagues and volunteers. So at Southwest Lakes Trust, I'm continually pestering my colleagues to ask them to attend training sessions and workshops that I run alongside Kate, but also that we encourage them to use the e-learning on the Secretariat's website. It's a brilliant resource, really, really good. And if you haven't been to have a look at it, I do recommend that you do that. We install signs at all of the lakes that we're accrediting, and we also have leaflets available in the permit huts, where we have permit huts and activity centres. We do have a dedicated web page as well now. We have lots of information on there and links to other resources. Social media posts are regular, and also we're often asked to write editorials for other organisations which are released in the press and through newsletters and on websites. Stakeholder engagement is a key part of the work that I do, not just with this pilot project, but with all of the work that I do with Southwest Lakes Trust. We run biosecurity workshops, and actually Kate and I ran 5 just last year, at the end of last year, which are very well attended, and it covered the entire region from West Cornwall up to Dartmoor, Exmoor, and Bournemouth. We also have open days. Obviously these things have been called to a halt for now, but we'll resume again when it's safe to do so. We have presence at those open days. We also run evening talks and training sessions for external organisations as well. And Kate's going to talk a little bit about the external validation of the assessment, because it would all be very well for us to say that we'd achieved a certain level of biosecurity, but obviously we need to have some checks in that to make sure that we are achieving the correct level. So we support and promote the Check Clean Dry campaign extensively, because it's one of the most simple and effective forms of biosecurity. So these 2 signs are at one of our lakes in the Bournemouth area. They are the paddle sports signs. So we have signs for paddle sports, sailing, angling, both course and game fishing. And also there's a general sign which is more suitable for sites where perhaps we have hikers but not much other activity going on, but it's still important that they understand about biosecurity. So at this particular site, we have the signs at the car park on the entrance where they would take the kayaks into the site, and then on the slipway as well. We have them at all of the angling entrances at all of our sites. And also we make sure that people are very much aware of their obligation to carry out biosecurity by placing them at strategic locations. So the picture on the left at the bottom there is a sign that we've placed at the permit hut, one of our lakes in Cornwall. So anybody that goes to buy a day ticket would have to go into that hut and buy their day ticket. Anybody buying online, and at the moment all of our permits and season tickets are online and also self-launch for water sports. But they have to tick a box online and read the information to say that they agree to carry out biosecurity. But in this instance, they must, if anybody buying on site, would have to go into the permit hut. But then also on the way out, we put another sign up that reminds them before they leave the site that they should clean and dry their equipment. We also have a number of wilderness fisheries. So the people that fish at these sites don't have to buy a permit from us. They just need to turn up with their rod license, the EA rod license and their equipment. But it's just important that these occasional anglers are aware of the fact that they need to carry out biosecurity too. And now, most importantly, this is really a shout out to our site guardians. These are volunteer site guardians who are very much part of this scheme. And these people are eyes and ears on the ground at all of our lakes. They're the experts at the lakes because they're there so often, I think some of them have actually moved into those sites because they're there so frequently. These are volunteers. Some of them are bailiffs, like Dave in the picture there. He's one of our site guardians at one of our larger lakes in Cornwall. And we make sure that they're familiar with biosecurity procedures themselves, such as clean dry. Then they encourage others to take part in proper biosecurity as well, so other anglers, visitors to the site. We give them full ID and biosecurity training as part of their volunteer work. They carry out regular monitoring at the lake, and they also check all the signage that we've put up as well to make sure that it's all in place and undamaged, and that posters in notice boards are still legible and leaflet stocks are still up to date, so we can then go and replenish if necessary. In cases where we've got angling dip tanks, for example, they also maintain those biosecurity facilities on our behalf. We do have a large catchment area and can't get round to all of those places on a daily basis, so they manage those on our behalf. And then they report any concerns to us immediately, but also as a minimum, every quarter, they then send a form through to us. The form's been developed by one of the volunteers who was a retired auditor. So we've got some real experts within our volunteer base as well. And it's just a really good system. We build up really good relationships with the volunteers, and really can't thank them enough. A lot of these volunteers are also retired industry professionals, so they're not just volunteers who want something interesting to do. These are genuine experts that now have a little bit of extra time on their hands. So yes, it's a really great addition to this scheme. So I think that's it for me, and I'm going to hand over now to Kate.
Thanks, Nicola. So the original aim of Aqua was to protect native biodiversity, but water bodies are much more than just a wildlife haven. They support a range of recreational opportunities, for example, angling, and fishermen don't like crayfish. And you might find that they don't want to restock their fishing lake or pay their license fees to fish a lake where there are negative impacts from crayfish. Windsurfers can hit free-floating mats of crassula at speed, so there's a health and safety implication there, as there is for people walking around the water bodies like families and the little girl with the giant hogweed blisters show. Next slide, please, Nicola. As a water company, we have obligations to provide a drinking water supply, and invasives can impact on that. They can affect the water quality and the transfer of raw water by blocking up pipes, outtakes or screens. And the picture on the right shows a large mat of crassula around the edge of one reservoir, where it's estimated we have 33 hectares of crassula at one site, which is one of the reasons we support working with CABI. Next slide, please. So in January, in the good old days when you could meet up with people, we had a water company invasives forum and we discussed this aqua pilot project. It was a good start. They said it was a sensible approach. It was agreed it demonstrates change. So the data collection provides an evidence trail that can be used throughout the business to show risk at various levels. And it also shows the level of investment and capital that you're putting into it. We discussed effort versus benefit and decided the rewards were bigger. You're capturing information in individual site managers' heads that may not be accessible. And if you've got a mobile staff or furloughed staff, it's down on paper too. It's a brilliant way to engage with site guardians, as Nicola has said, who are so keen to learn more about invasives and to get training on it and how to protect their sites. And the real benefit, well, that's not so tangible, but you're preventing the introduction of invasives to your site or spread from it. We talked about benchmarking. It's good internally within the business and between different organisations. It's useful for setting up license agreements, and anything that promotes biosecurity and engages stakeholders has got to be a good thing. And as Niall mentioned earlier, the Environmental Audit Committee into invasives, this was one of the key messages from it. Next slide, please. But there were concerns, and one of them was the bronze accreditation. Is that really the highest level some sites could get? People may not be happy with not getting the gold level. So this is something for us to think about. Can we put on the signage that this is the highest level a small or isolated, like a wilderness fishery site has, or a site that doesn't have many people, this might be the best level it can get, and we need to say that on the sign or the website, because it really may not be worth investing any more time or money to do more on it. And also we need to bear in mind, we should also be striving to do more and better. And by sharing experiences with developing technologies, best practice will change and improve. So we need to think about that and review it. The water companies were keen to know that there was interest from other organisations, and particularly two. One of them was the Angling Trust, who are keen to support it and are working to develop it. The other one was the Environment Agency. What did they make of this scheme? Well, they said they welcome this approach. It could be important, an important way to achieve biosecurity outcomes, and it could be important as setting up a biosecurity measure. So that was positive too. Lots of water companies were interested, and particularly Yorkshire Water expressed an interest. And then another big question, what happens when the rapid funding finishes and we lose our manager, Alexia? Well, we are carrying out an audit, as Nicola said. Yes, and as the Angling Trust and Yorkshire Water expressed an interest in this, we wrote them in as our external auditors, which is great. We do need to review it. Is this going to work? Is it suitable to roll out? How can we improve it? And to do that, I think we need to live with it for a while and develop it. So I see it as a trial over the next year. Can we keep our site guardians interested? Is the signage and approach effective? I know in the Southwest RIMP region, we're keen to try and develop it, and Southwest Water and Bristol Water are keen to put in more sites. And I'm delighted to say that Yorkshire Water has already aligned Aqua with its new business plan. So I think there's a lot of interest in it. But one of the big issues is who's going to manage it. And the Water Forum really felt that the Secretariat were the key people to do this. However, there are already a small team who punch above their weight, so that could be difficult. But as Niall said from the Environmental Audit Committee on Invasives, government has recommended that their funding is increased threefold, that's huge, and that there's an inspectorate, which logically the Secretariat should be involved with. So I think there's a real opportunity there. So my last slide is just to thank everyone that's been involved so far, people along the bottom who've helped set up and run Aqua, people who've put sites in, and some of the people on the higher levels hope to work with you more to develop this. And I look forward to working with a lot more organisations and getting people interested. And if you are interested and want to know more, I suggest you contact Alexia while she's still here. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kate, and Nicola. I enjoyed that. I had one question for Nicola that's come through. What disinfectants are used in angling dip tanks?
So we're using Virkon Aquatic. It's the only licensed disinfectant that we have available to us at the moment for use near water bodies. I've been talking to Braden, who manufacture that, and we've actually got a new protocol. So the interesting thing is that for lightly soiled equipment such as paddles and kayaks, so if you're spraying as well as dipping, you only need to use a 0.5% concentration, which actually halves your disinfectant costs, which is always going to be a good thing. So yeah, I'm happy to help anybody if they're writing up protocols. We have our own within South West Lakes Trust that we're using now. Just another thing on disinfectants, it's interesting that I've been preaching about using good biosecurity methods for the 10 years I've been working in invasion biology, and it's always been said to me, oh, well, that's something that you do because you're an environmentalist. And I've been saying, no, it's not. It's something everybody does as a matter of course. It should be part of everybody's everyday life. It takes, sadly, a global pandemic for everybody to suddenly realise that biosecurity should be something that everybody does do. Through that, we've had absolutely no problem in getting all of our activity centres and all of our staff to take up good biosecurity practice, and I've worked with them so that they're actually using Virkon Aquatic to disinfect all of the equipment that comes out of the lake now. That's from a human health perspective, but also from an invasive species perspective, it's a really good thing as well. So yeah, that's a positive that's come out of a very terrible situation.
Thanks very much, Nicola. Just to add to that, so far, at least through check, clean, dry, the main message is obviously about check, clean and drying it, but disinfecting is obviously useful depending on the situation and the context, especially if you've got issues like disease. So that's something that is definitely worth looking into based on what your site's like, I think. Is there any other questions? Oh, one from someone called Simon Owens. Does Ofwat have INS on its agenda for all GB water co-parties? I'm thinking he's written co-parties.
Well, all water companies.
Oh, companies, sorry, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, sorry, all water companies have got water industry, environment plan, objectives on invasives. So it's very positive. A lot of us are pooling together to support coalition approaches. So it's about a dozen of us who are sponsoring Nile and Secretariat to develop Check, Clean, Dry on that side. Through Yorkshire Water, there's a coalition working to look at raw water transfers and implications. So yes, we do. It's on the agenda very much.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Jen, have you got any?
No, I haven't got any.
If anyone else has anything, please do message me or Jen, or otherwise message Nicola and Kate directly. So I think we'll take a comfort break for 15 minutes. So if we all come back at 3 o'clock, that gives people time to just, go to the loo and get a coffee and whatever else they need to do. And then we'll be finishing up with a talk on biocontrol by Cabby, which is definitely going to be super interesting. And also obviously summing up the conference. And then we have an optional film on crayfish conservation. I appreciate some people might need to get off. I have other responsibilities, so you can, watch that if you wish. Oh, I've just got one more question that's come through. If you're using disinfectants, well, no, it's more of a statement. If you're using disinfectants, you need to make sure the equipment and footwear, etc., is completely dry before it is next used, as it can poison aquatic life. Yeah, again, I would say I think it's important to really research into what you're using and where you're using it, and not use it kind of willy-nilly.
I can just have a little bit of input into that. So Burcon Aquatic is the only licensed disinfectant to use near water bodies, because it's actually used as a treatment for treating fish as well. So it's a useful chemical to have. That said, we are constructing dip tanks near the water body, so they're easy for the anglers to use, but away from the water body with a full soak away system, so that nothing is then going directly back into the water body. But you're right, it's a really important consideration to make, and just to make sure that you are using a licensed disinfectant suitable for using near waterways. And as I say, Burcon Aquatic is the only one, as far as I'm aware, that is licensed at the moment.
And yeah, obviously follow the guidance and the instructions. And Neil Green's just mentioned as well, hot water treatment is well worth knowing about too. If anyone's interested in looking about the sort of different efficacy of different treatments and things like that, I would recommend speaking to Stephanie Bradbeer, who is attending today, or private messaging her, because she has a lot of knowledge on that sort of thing. So I think we'll take a break now. If everyone wants to come back at 3 p.m, that would be great. Thanks very much for the talk so far, guys. But I think if you want to start, Kate or Corin, whoever's going first.
Corin has the pleasure of going first. When
you lucky Corin. I hope you've got like some plants to wave around to compete with Jen.
Unfortunately not.
Does that look about right?
Yep, that looks great.
Super. Right. So yes, shall I go? Are we good?
Yeah, by all means. Oh, sorry, I should probably introduce you. My bad. So we're lucky enough to be partnered up with Cabby, who a lot of you will already have heard of, for the Rapid Life project, and they're helping to steer the biocontrol work, which is where we're working with biological control agents on Japanese knotweed and Himalayan balsam. Unfortunately, we recently lost one of our most enthusiastic friends, Carol, who was also with Cabby and has been really involved with the Rapid Life project. But I'm sure she'll be pleased to know that where the work is still ongoing. And yeah, I'll let Corin take over from there.
Great, thank you very much for the invitation to talk and for the introduction. So yeah, so I'm Corin Pratt. I'll be talking about the biological control of Japanese knotweed, and then I'll hand over to Kate Pollard, who'll talk to you about the Himalayan balsam biocontrol. We're both at Cabby. So Cabby is an international not-for-profit organisation that uses scientific expertise in the fields of agriculture and the environment primarily. And our group particularly focuses on invasive species management, particularly biological control of weeds. So just to get a basics of the biocontrol of invasive weeds, classical biocontrol in particular. So non-native plant species introduced to new regions without their natural enemies that keep them in check in their native range. So one of the fundamental theories behind biocontrol is that this decrease in regulation by natural enemies allows an increase in the distribution and abundance of the plant in its introduced range. So this is known as the enemy release hypothesis. In addition, resources that could be allocated to defense where it's being attacked by natural enemies can then be reallocated to growth and development in the introduced range where its natural enemies are lacking. And this is known as another theory known as the evolution of increased competitive ability. So these a couple of theories that sort of underpin some of the idea of biological control and how it can work. So the idea of biocontrol is that you can use some of the many arthropods and diseases from the native range that may be specific and damaging enough to then be released as biological control agents in the introduced range of the weed. So here on the left, you've just got some of the natural enemies you find on Himalayan balsam in its native range, so it's invertebrates and pathogens. And then at the bottom, you can see introduced gorse in New Zealand, where it lacked natural enemies and grew to these huge sizes. And they were actually quite unimpressed with the gorse they came and saw in the UK when they were looking for biocontrol agents. So it was more stunted and more under control from its natural enemies. So classical biological control uses co-evolved, highly specific natural enemies from the area of the origin of the plant to provide self-sustaining control in the invaded range. So obviously not all non-native species become invasive, but when they do, classical biocontrol can be implemented. And this is something that's typically implemented at the sort of later stage of invasion. So after something's arrived, established, spread, and then gone on to have significant impacts. And particularly if traditional methods such as mechanical, manual, or chemical control are ineffective or very expensive, then classical biological control is often considered because it's a kind of self-sustaining method of control where you ideally would introduce an agent and then it would multiply and spread and then bring the target under control. So this is the ideal set of events following a successful biocontrol release. So you have weed density starting at the left of the chart. The weed density is fluctuating with seasons at this high level. And at this high level of weed density, you're going to have significant impacts. So this could be ecological, economic, or even health impacts. And then when you release the biocontrol agent, so that's the gray line, this rises to a significant density and then starts to bring the weed density down to a lower and lower level, ideally then maintaining it at this low level below a given damage threshold, which again could be ecological, economic, and then maintaining it at this low level. So you're not aiming to get eradication of the target weed, you're just aiming to maintain it at a lower, less damaging level. And it may be that you need to introduce more than one biocontrol agent, or it may be that the biocontrol just makes the target more manageable, so you can use it as part of an integrated technique in combination with traditional methods like manual or chemical control. And by reducing the population density of the plant down to this lower level, it allows recovery of desirable vegetation. So this is typically native species that have been outcompeted by the invasive plant. So at CABI, we're working on a variety of weed biocontrol projects, and several of these focus on Great Britain, and also Europe, where we do have some common weeds and common interests for biocontrol. So we've got a couple of agents for Japanese knotweed. So firstly, the psyllid, which is allowed for release in the UK, in Great Britain. So that's one that we're currently working on. And another one in development is looking at a leaf spot fungus against Japanese knotweed. There's also Himalayan balsam, which Kate will talk about in a short while. Crassula helmsii, which again, we've got permission for release of a mite in Britain. So that's another one that's actively in the field, and we're working on establishment there. Floating pennywort, that's Hydrocostyle ranunculoides. There's a weevil that's very effective, and a second PRA has just been submitted to the government for review to see if it could be released in the near future. So that looks promising. And then there's the Azolla folliculoides, the floating water fern. And here we macerate a weevil, Sternopelmus rufinasus, which provides extensive control of that weed here. And then one that's just early in development and primarily for continental Europe is Ludwigia. In the UK, we're still managing to contain this plant and eradicate it where possible. but in Europe it's very extensively spread across France and also now Belgium and Netherlands. So there we're looking at potential biocontrol. So of these, 2 that qualified and were suitable for rapid life were the Japanese knotweed using a psyllid as a biocontrol and Himalayan balsam using the rust fungus. So we have permission to release these agents in Great Britain, and I will start with Japanese knotweed. So Neil's already done a very rigorous introduction to the Japanese knotweed, so you know about its biology. I'm sure you're all aware of it already from natural environment and people doing work in the field. But it can affect urban environments and natural systems. And here you have it growing along a riparian system, and then classic growing through tarmac shot at the bottom. It has great costs associated with its control. And because of this, a biocontrol initiative was set up just before the millennium, and first surveys were conducted in Japan. And this agent, a psyllid Aphelara itadori, was prioritized as a specific and damaging agent from Japan that could be used in the UK. So a little introduction to the history of Aphelara in the UK and its biocontrol. So the safety testing was very extensive. It had host range testing against 87 European plants and was found to be highly specific to Japanese knotweed. We also demonstrated later on that it had no significant effects on invertebrates in cage studies and in field studies. It had impact, which was demonstrated particularly by one of our PhD students, who demonstrated that height and rhizome weight in the lab and field was reduced for Japanese knotweed when the psyllid was applied. So in 2010, we had permission to release onto isolated non-riparian stands. So this was the first release of a classical biocontrol agent into Europe. So we had to be very careful. There was extensive monitoring. And the idea was you release onto these small stands, and then if anything goes wrong or there's any non-target effect, you can quickly eradicate the populations. However, it wasn't ideal for the psyllids because the stands were quite dry, small, and isolated from one another. So it wasn't great for trying to establish an agent. After we did these large cage studies in 2014 with high densities of psyllids with native invertebrates, we demonstrated that there was no risk to the native invertebrates from the psyllid. And from 2015, we're allowed to release on riparian systems. And increasingly, we did so with local action group and local authority support, and that's in England and Wales. We tried a variety of different methods then along these riparian sites, conducting also autumn releases. We were also able to get some new stock in 2015, which we started using in 2016 to 17. So we had psyllids in stock in quarantine from the early 2000s. So they've gone through lots and lots of generations in the lab. So we thought we needed to introduce some increased vigor by collecting fresh stocks from the same location in Japan to kind of bring a bit more vigor into our populations. So from 2016, we've been able to also release the newer stock. And we also tried releasing multiple life stages to allow overlapping cohorts of psyllids in the field. And from those releases, we did actually achieve successful overwintering at a number of sites in England and Wales from 2016 to 17, which was very positive. But then in 2017 to 18, we had poor overwintering, which was, we think, largely down to the weather. It was a very harsh winter and it was quite prolonged. So spring seemed to arrive and then suddenly disappeared, and we had a lot more snow and ice. So we think psyllids probably started to emerge in spring and then were killed off as it was extremely cold and all of their food was frozen off. So on that basis, we're still working for consistent field establishment. We know that when we do releases, we do get reproduction in the field. We have seen overwintering, but typically the population size decreases over the season. And we found particularly very hot, dry periods of summer can be quite negative for the psyllid's survival. So if we release when it's very hot and dry, we tend to see quite high mortality in eggs and nymphs, the junior, these sort of younger stages of the psyllid. So from 2017 to 2020, we've been linked with the EU Rapid Life project. So our steering group for the UK Biocontrol Initiative agreed that the Rapid Life targets aligned very much with the UK targets we already had in place, which gave us the opportunity through Rapid Life to work with regional coordinators across the country. So this was England only, who assisted with site selection, conducted releases, and carried out monitoring. So for Japanese knotweed, we were looking for 3 or 4 sites per region across 5 regions spanning just England. And the license, as mentioned, allows us now to release onto riparian sites. So we retained any sites that we already had where we were able and renewed permissions to release there. And then the regional coordinators also secured additional new sites. In total, we had 14 sites in England. None of those were in the east, where they had quite active Japanese knotweed control measures in place already, which is a positive thing. But here we prioritised additional Himalayan balsam biocontrol work. So we did, through Rapid Life, we did the psyllid releases in 2018. So we did mass rearing and release, and then started monitoring in 2018, and that continues through to 2020. So as mentioned, the releases and monitoring were conducted by the regional coordinators, and CABI provided some field support, protocols, and some oversight and checking of traps and that kind of thing. And we carried out 3 releases per site, one in early summer, then late summer, and then one in autumn. And the aim of this within this relatively confined window was just to improve establishment. We're not expecting impact in this period. We need to get better establishment with impact, a longer term target. So here's just a few photos of the field and some of the methods used for release. So in 2018, we released over 80,000 psyllids. We used degree days to predict emergence. So we mass rear these psyllids inside controlled temperature rooms, and then we're able to ship them in the post. You can see in the bottom left corner, there's a bread bagged Japanese knotweed with psyllids on there. So just as psyllids are about to emerge, we would put them in the post and send them directly to our regional coordinators, who could then release them straight into the field, without us having to drive thousands of miles around the country all summer long. So it worked out to be quite an effective method. We had different approaches to release on riparian systems. We did sleeving of plants. We used cutting of plants to provide some young shoots, because there was some demonstration of preference from adult psyllids for feeding on younger, softer shoots, and potentially for ovipositing as well. And yeah, at the bottom right, that's just for one of the local sites we did drive to and then released ourselves, because that was close to CABI. So unfortunately, 2018 to 19, the field results following the first release, we had poor survival. Again, this happened to be at the start of a very long, hot, dry period. So this, as mentioned, isn't great for the juvenile stages of the psyllid. They prefer higher humidity. We did have higher numbers of psyllids inside some sleeves, but it was variable. And then autumn monitoring indicated quite low persistence of populations, except for one site close to CABI where we'd put out young boxed plants. The adults seem to move straight onto the young box plants rather than moving onto the tougher, taller, old leathery plants. So again, it's showing this sort of preference for younger, softer plant material. We conducted overwintering releases at that time to try and bolster populations. So here we use an overwintering morph of the psyllid. So we use temperature and day length reductions to trigger the psyllid to produce this darker morph, which will then go and find a local conifer, nestle away for the winter, and then come back out in spring to carry on feeding in spring. We did have some overwintering into 2019, but the numbers were very low, and this was just at sites, a couple of sites in the southwest, one site in the Midlands, and one site in the southeast, the site close to CABI. And generally, we had very low psyllid recovery through 2019. We don't expect to see every single psyllid in the field. We're just monitoring within the release stand, which is surrounded by other knotweed plants. So there could have been more dispersal and more survival, but still, with monitoring and traps, we'd hope to have seen higher numbers. So it's certainly not a large population survival, we don't think. So on that basis, we think establishment is likely to be too low for population persistence. We are going ahead with spring 2020 monitoring. Spring obviously has been shuffled on a little bit with COVID-19 as everything, but we've already had some traps in from people who've been able to go back out to the field. So we hope to assess those traps to see if we have had any population persistence of the psyllid. But for now, it certainly seems that psyllid density is too low for any impact on the plant. So in parallel with this, we looked at climate. So surveys originally focused on Kyushu, which is the island to the south of Japan, as this was the best plant type match to the UK. So the plant in Kyushu was the closest one to the UK as far as we could deter. However, climatically, this isn't an ideal location to collect from because it's more subtropical in the south of Japan, and obviously it's not subtropical in the UK. The psyllids were collected at altitude up the mountains, so the conditions were a lot closer to the UK than a general subtropical region. But based on the results we were getting, very cold winters and hot, dry summers, as well as low humidity in the lab causing poor psyllid performance, we are aware that climate is likely to be very important for the psyllid. So on that basis, we used Climex to find out where in Japan we will likely get a better climatically matched psyllid population that we could use in the UK. So we planned a new survey in 2019, which was approved by our steering committee. And then it was funded by a small consortium of donors, to do the work, we then conducted the survey with the aim of sourcing climate-matched damaging lines of the psyllid. So we already had Gunma Prefecture flagged from previous surveys, as we'd seen significant damage on Japanese knotweed here, and in Murakami we collected psyllid also, which was further north. So there was extensive leaf curling observed in the field, and it's now been seen in the lab also. We know that our cultures are pathogen and parasitoid free, and we've done molecular testing to ensure this, so we think it's just direct feeding damage from the psyllid, which is a promising impact. So the next steps will be to conduct further host range testing, and then presuming the host range testing continues as so far, which is essentially very, very similar to the psyllid we collected originally, then subject to approval by DEFRA, we may be able to release one of these psyllid lines or both psyllid lines in 2020 to 2021. So this is likely to fall outside the Rapid Life timeframe, but obviously this is legacy of Rapid Life. It's all continuation of the research findings that we've had through Rapid Life. And it could also be part of an afterlife piece of work. So at this point, I will now pass over to Kate to talk about Himalayan balsam.
Thank you, Corinne. Let's see if I can smoothly switch to sharing my screen.
Sorry, I need to, yeah.
Is that okay? Can everyone see it? Yeah.
I think you just need to, yeah, there you go.
Okay, good. So as Corinne mentioned, the biocontrol against Himalayan balsam focus on using a rust fungus, Puccinia comoravii varglanduliferae. And to date, we have 2 strains of the rust released. There's one from India and one from Pakistan. So after appropriate safety testing and government ministerial approval, the rust was first released in 2014. And since then, it's been released at 47 different sites across 19 counties in England and Wales. And this year, we were quite fortunate enough to be able to still continue with our release of the rust into Scotland for the first time. And that's by working with collaborators with the Tweed Forum. So our initial releases found that there's much variation in the susceptibility of Himalayan balsam to the 2 rust strains, as you can see by the pictures at the bottom here. So we had sites where you didn't get any infection at all, but also sites where infection was really low, as the picture on the left here with really small infection, small pustules, or on the right where there were much better, bigger pustules. So this led us to believe that there's much more genetic variation in the populations. So we conducted a molecular analysis, which found that there were at least 3 different weed biotypes in the UK that differed in their susceptibility of the rust to the rust. And we matched these biotypes with populations in the native range, for which we've been able to pinpoint a region in particular in Kashmir, where we are working with in-country collaborators to try and identify new rust isolates that would be potentially more compatible with the UK populations. So this is the rust fungus. It has a 2-pronged attack. It infects the leaves during the summertime, which it forms these pustules on the lower leaf surface that draw nutrients away from the plant, so decreases photosynthesis, and as an impact, you see plants tend to be have a smaller biomass and produce fewer seeds. It also infects in the spring, where it causes seedlings to become etiolated and warped, as you can see on the picture on the right here, rendering them susceptible to secondary infection by the pathogens and diseases. So a recent studies found that this stage can cause up to 70% mortality of the seedlings in an area, so it can be quite damaging if it gets established. So in 2017, we began working with Rapid Life and regional coordinators, and the aim was to release the rust at 3 to 5 sites per each of the 5 regions, with assistance from the regional coordinators. So they collected seeds from 38 different sites across England, and for us to be able to test susceptibility, we have to inoculate plants and manually infect them with the 2 different strains of the rust to determine which strain is the most pathogenic and virulent. So unfortunately, 20 of these populations were not compatible with either rust strain, so they didn't get infected, and these would be candidates for a new rust strain, ideally from Kashmir if we were able to get one. So out of the 18 that were susceptible, the susceptibility varies. It's on a continuum, so you get some which again have smaller pustules and some which have much larger pustules. So we decided to only release at the ones which had the best infection. So the rest release is actually done by, we mix the spores, the brown spores that you saw earlier, into a solution with water and a surfactant called tween, and it's just sprayed manually onto the lower leaf surface using a handheld sprayer. So working with regional coordinators, CABI staff travel to the sites, we train them in the rest release monitoring and protocol, and then they release the rest 3 times in the growing season in June, July and August. So working with Rapid Life, we've been able to release the rest at additional sites across the across England, which we wouldn't normally have been able to have released at ourselves. So it's been quite a successful result of the project. So in 2018, we released the rest at 11 sites. So 4 of these were our existing rest release sites, one of which unfortunately was cut back by an enthusiastic person trying to control balsam, and 7 of which were new Rapid Life sites. So in total, there was 2 in the north, 5 in the Midlands and 3 in the east. So unfortunately, we found that in particular populations in the southwest and southeast were resistant to the rest. And these are, as we mentioned before, the targets for new rest strains. So generally the rest performed really well in 2018, apart from at 2 sites. So it was Kingsbury Waters and Lady Walk. And these sites we think the rest didn't do very well at was because of more environmental conditions. So the rest doesn't perform particularly well under areas of high shade. There aren't enough nutrients available in the plant to support the development of the rest. So yeah, that's why we suspect these did not do particularly well. The rest, as you can see, it infects the leaves and it persists over winter on the leaf litter where it reinfects in the spring. So we examined all the rest release sites for overwintering and persistence, and we were quite pleased to find that the rest had overwintered at 8 of these. So it was 10 in the end release sites, 5 of which were Rapid Life sites. The 3 sites at the right are our existing sites, and as you can see here, these have a slightly higher proportion of seedlings were infected with the rest. And this is because it's been at the site for 3 years without having supplementary rest released there. So we believe that it's because the rest has established and adapted to UK environmental conditions. So we expect this to kind of happen at the same site. So in 2019, we released an additional vial of the rest at these sites where the rest had overwintered. And we also released the rest at 5 additional Rapid Life sites. So 4 of which were in the Midlands and 1 in the east. Unfortunately, there was another east site that was identified, but we weren't available. We didn't get landowners' permission to be in time for the rest release to take place. So again, we saw really good infection on all the leaves, and the rest was found to be releasing. The rest is starting to spread further from the original rest release patch. So at these newer sites, we found spread up to 15 to 20 metres from the release patch, in comparison to our pre-existing sites where the rest has been for 3 years. We've seen spread from the release patch up to 80 metres. So the rest is adapting to, as we said before, adapting to the environmental conditions. Unfortunately, this year, due to coronavirus, it's not been possible to check the overwintering to see whether the infection is still there at these sites this year. However, regional coordinators will be going back to assess the sites in July and look for the leaf infection on the left here to see whether it's still there. So in summary, the Rapid Life project has increased the number and the distribution of the rest increased the number of sites and the distribution of the rest across the UK. So a total of 11 sites were selected for releasing the rest, and these were mainly in the North, Midlands and the East of England. So good infection was recorded at 9 of these release sites, yet we cannot fully determine whether the rest is established yet because of coronavirus. As mentioned previously, the rest is showing adaptation to the UK field conditions, but as Corey mentioned earlier, the impacts of the biocontrol are long-term, so we're not yet seeing major differences in population density, and these may take 5 to 10 years before they can be seen. The focus of CABI's work now in the future is trying to identify new rust isolates from for these resistant populations, in particular those in the southwest and the southeast regions. And yeah, we hope to be able to do that soon. So yeah, as Alexia mentioned earlier, yeah, I want to take this opportunity to mention Carol Ellison, who recently passed away from a prolonged illness. For those who know Carol know that she's a very passionate and dedicated scientist and friend to many people. And she had vast experience in biological control across the globe. She's been instrumental to many of our UK weed biocontrol projects, in particular the Himalayan balsam project, for which she was involved in the original natural enemy surveys and throughout the whole of the project. So into the releases that you can see her here digging up balsam in a patch. So the project, the balsam project and the knotweed project has had quite a large number of collaborators and sponsors and donors, so who I would like to thank. And also I'd like to thank the regional coordinators. So we had Neil, Tarek, John, Andrea, John, and not John, John Toy, Joe and Martin for their assistance during the project. And thank you for listening. That's it.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Corinne and Kate. So I've got a few questions that have come through. Let's just see if I can get my chat thing to be bigger. Okay, so you have quite a lot of questions. Question on knotweed. Would it be possible to have a psyllid or psyllidia identification sheet plus some images of the damage caused, so as a contractor who have sites extensively across the southwest, we can feedback in the observations of establishment in the future?
Yeah, I could happily share those things. At the moment, we do have the monitoring sites that where we've done releases, we expect will be the ones where it's most likely that we would find the psyllid and see any damage. And as mentioned, the population persistence is relatively low at those, and the population density is low. But certainly, if you're monitoring knotweed generally, I'd be happy to provide some images of the psyllid and the type of damage that we see in the lab.
Great. If anyone wants me to put them in touch with Corinne, just let me know. Are Cabby, and there's another question, are Cabby still active with Himalayan balsam in Wales?
So at the moment we don't have any rest release. Oh no, we do. Sorry, we do. We've got a couple of two release sites in Wales, and we are talking to other people who are interested in releasing the rest there. So the way we're kind of going at the moment is working through local action groups who are a bit like through the Rapid Life. We are providing the rest to them, and they're releasing the rest and monitoring for us. So yeah, we have got some along the Dee river at the moment.
Great, thanks. Another question for both of you, I think. How far can the rust and psyllid potentially spread by themselves?
Well, the psyllid is yeah, potentially kilometres. It's just a case of, we basically have sites all around the country, which is ideal because you have a number of points from which they can kind of spread, with the idea that eventually you'd cover the whole country. But it depends. When they're in higher density, they're probably more likely to disperse, as with other types of insects. When you get very high density, they tend to move away from that stand into other stands. And it depends on the kind of corridors. So now we're working on riparian systems. They could use these as corridors of spread. But it could potentially spread quite quickly, but won't be likely to spread at such a rate until there's a much higher density of the psyllid in its sort of founding populations, I don't think.
And then,
oh, sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, it's similar for the rest. We expect once it's built up to a high enough level that it should be able to spread, yeah, hundreds of kilometers. There are examples of biocontrol where it does do, yeah, like over 100 kilometers. Is
there like a specific tipping point for when it gets over to that capacity?
Yeah, so we're not really sure. So this is the first time that a fungus has been released in the UK. So yeah, we're kind of trying to monitor and observe it. But the spores that you see on the leaf, they do spread in the wind. So they spread with the wind currents. So.
Okay, here's one for Corinne. Is it logistically viable or cost effective to consider an option for landowners to be able to annually release psyllids if overwintering proves not to be possible?
I don't think so. That's the sort of thing that we do with the azolla weevil, which is very damaging in a very short period of time. So in 8 to 12 weeks, if we release a given number of seed population of weevils onto a length of canal, for example, they will just feed voraciously and destroy the azolla. And if in some ways they're too effective, they eat all of the azolla and then they have to fly away because they've no food left. Whereas the psyllid as a sap sucker on a very large plant with a lot of resources, the idea would be that it would be a much slower process. So you'd ideally get establishment of populations on a stand, and then they build up to many thousands, and they gradually deplete the knotweed and reduce the sort of resource that's being sent back down to the rhizome. But that would be a much more gradual process, whereas the azolla is very voracious and it directly destroys the food. So I think that that approach works for some agents, but I don't think the psyllid would be one of them. I think that needs a longer term, large scale establishment and gradual sort of depletion of knotweed reserves.
Okay, that's a good answer. Here's one that I think you guys probably get all the time for both of you. Are you confident that the psyllid or rust fungus won't adapt and predate on any natives?
Do you want to go, Kate?
Yeah, so for the rust fungus, yeah, we are confident. We do stringent host range testing to ensure that it won't infect any native species. So for the Himalayan balsam, it was 75 test plant species. So it includes those that are most closely related. And for the rest to actually infect, sorry. It's thinking of a completely different question that comes from that one normally. Yeah, so we didn't find that it could infect any other species under optimal conditions for infection. So it's probably it's unlikely to infect anything in the UK.
And just from a sort of case history, it's extremely rare to see these big jumps. We're working specifically with closely co-evolved, highly specific agents. So the first thing we do is rule out probably 99% of potential agents because they're not specific enough, they're generalist or they're slightly polyphagous, whereas we're basically selecting from the native range the ones that are most specific and are therefore the most closely co-evolved with the target. So of all the insects likely to jump post, they're very low, or the same for pathogens as well. It's a very low risk, and it's not been seen. As biocontrol has been practiced for over a century, particularly in places like South Africa, and then more recently Australia, New Zealand, America, and you extremely rarely would get non-target feeding that hadn't been predicted by the scientific study.
Oh, one more question from Tim Agins. Question, zero risk probably doesn't exist. Are risk assessment outcomes for biocontrol agents judged relative to the risk/damages caused by the host IAS? How is the UK government deciding to release or not?
Well, we go through regulation from DEFRA, so it's always their decision, and they have a very thorough process for vetting things. We do the pest risk analysis, and it's thoroughly reviewed by multiple parties, and it's in the end it's their decision. We present this sort of dossier of evidence, and they decide. We have our levels of confidence, and I think the UK has really made great progress, certainly in a European context, for trying to weigh up the pros and cons of biocontrol. So zero risk probably doesn't exist. Low risk, very low risk is ideal, but there's also obviously you have to weigh up the impacts of the invasive species. So in Europe particularly, there's not been a great deal of progress with biocontrol because lots of people in government level, I think, see biocontrol as a risk rather than a potential to reduce the impact of the invasive species, whereas the UK, I think, takes a more pragmatic approach, which is more like that of New Zealand, South Africa, and such like, where they see the impact of the weed as part of the calculation. So an extremely small risk plus the benefit of reducing the impact of the weed is seen as a positive, rather than purely it has to be zero risk, but there's no going ahead whatsoever. So I think the UK government and steering group have been really good sort of moving that process.
It might be also just worth mentioning, do you want to give people an estimate of the average time it takes for the whole process to carry on? Because I know that takes quite a long time to get permission.
It depends on a variety of things. So there's the sort of off-the-shelf sort of biocontrols where you've had a biocontrol agent that's worked against a target weed in another region, and you can effectively very quickly draw up a host range list for the country you want to introduce that biocontrol for, test the plants, and then release, and that's quite a fast process. Whereas if it's from scratch and you've got to start initially by kind of scoping surveys to the native range, try and work out what you find there, do lots of literature research, speak to experts in the field, and narrow down your candidate agents, do lots of testing and quarantine. As for the psyllid, that can take even a decade. Ideally, it's shorter than that, and it can be much shorter than that, as we're demonstrating now with crassula mite. That was a quicker process, and Himalayan balsam was quicker too. But it can take years. So that's one of the fundamental things. It needs investment at the early stages, but then once it's released and you get establishment and impact, that's kind of perpetual. So the investment is up front, and then you get benefits for years and years into the future.
Great. Do you want to add anything to that, Kate, or are you kind of happy?
Yeah,
with
no,
that?
I think Karen's covered it. It's just for the balsam, yeah, the project started in 2006 and we didn't release till 2014. So even that stage was, yeah, it takes time, and it's not until we've made sure under quarantine that things are safe before we can even put an application in for release. So, yeah.
There's a quick comment from Dr. John Foster saying, did you say this was the first introduction of a fungus, MAF, kindly allowed introduction of crayfish plague, oh wow, I can't pronounce that, Aphanomyces astexi, across the country when they sponsored dumping of signal crayfish in British rivers in the late 70s, early 80s?
So it's the first release of a fungal biocontrol agent for control of invasive plants. So it's
Okay.
as a classical
More specific.
biocontrol rather than
Very specific. Okay.
Yeah.
Jen, has anyone sent you any questions?
No, none.
Fabulous. Well, I think we'll start to wrap up, and then we'll show the crayfish video for those people who would like to see that. Obviously, I know some people have to get off. So I just want to say thank you, each and every one of you, for dialing in today. I know this isn't a very normal situation. I know we're all probably going a bit stir crazy, not being allowed out to do as much field work as we'd like, and being stuck at home and, you know, talking to our family a lot, if we're lucky enough to have family with us. In my case, a lot of the time it's the dog and the boyfriend. But I just wanted to say that this project's been absolutely amazing. I know it's had its bumps in the road, like any project, especially long-term projects, especially complex projects like life projects. But I love how many people it's brought together. And you know, you end up getting a stakeholder from France or Belgium, and you sit them down at a table with someone from say Cornwall, like Trevor Reynolds, and actually turns out they've got quite a lot in common, really, and you're facing the same problems, and it just goes to show if you can collectively work together, you can achieve so much more. And just thank you very much to all the speakers today. I've already said thank you to a lot of other people, and I haven't got the list in front of me, but of course, particular thank you to the project partners, Bristol Zoological Society, Natural England. Thank you to the European Commission, who obviously run the LIFE programme. It's a shame we can't apply for more EU LIFE projects. I hope that we'll be able to participate in some way into the future, perhaps. And yeah, it's been a real privilege to work with the people who've been involved with RAPID. And I hope we can ensure there's a legacy after this project, and then it still has useful tools into the future. I'm just going to share my screen right now, if I can get it to work. Ooh, share, okay. So this is my email address. If anyone wants to email any feedback about the conference, or has any questions, or wants to be put in touch with anybody else, because we haven't done the GDPR stuff, we can't keep your emails after the conference unless you're already on one of our mailing lists. So if you would like to be on our mailing list, feel free to email me, or if you'd like to provide any feedback, the website address there is the one for RAPID, and that will be up on the Secretariat webpage, Secretariat website, which is on nativespecies.org, for at least 5 years as part of the RAPID Life project. I'm just going to leave that up for a little bit. And also, again, thank you very much to Mark and Jen for helping to do so much with the conference today and dealing with all the tech issues like me disappearing.
And thank you to Alexia. I feel at this point we're probably giving you a nice bouquet of flowers and say thank you very much for your help and just for steering it and for being a great project manager and all of those great things. And yeah, just I'd like to second that, to say thank you very much to all the delegates for sticking with us. And we won't be offended if you don't watch the crayfish film.
We're going to count every single one of you, and we're going to email everyone who doesn't want to watch.
Yeah, we would really appreciate your feedback. That would be great. If you could email Alexia, that would be great. We couldn't send a feedback form due to some GDPR issues, so it would be great to have that. Thank you.
That would be really good. And also just one final thing, which I forgot to mention, is that the Rapid Life project has had a temporary extension due to COVID. So even though this is the end of project conference, it's actually going to be continuing on for a few more months until we've tied up all the loose ends. So if there is, anything you want to get in touch about, by all means do. We're going to be you know, circulating reports which are going to assess how well Rapid's done as a project and what we've achieved. This whole day has been recorded, and their slides are going to be available as well. They'll be on our website, and we'll also circulate them on our LAGS mailing list. I appreciate, again, some of you aren't on our original mailing list, and I haven't got organized with the GDPR, but I can keep your emails after this day. So if you would like me to directly email them to you, please get in touch, and I'll make sure you can see them. Otherwise, look on the Rapid website, which is where they will be. I'm not quite sure how long it takes to sort the recordings out, Mark, but I can hopefully get it up tomorrow.
Yep, that should be fine.
Okay, great. Right, well, so I guess we'll start with the crayfish film, which is, it's actually pretty good. I've seen it, I quite like it, so I would recommend watching it.
Thank you. And as I say, this was from a while back. Oh, more claps for Alexia, sorry. So this was back in the day from the first phase of the project. So it's a little bit dated, and there's Martin Frayling's still part of the Environment Agency. But I just thought it would be quite fun to just a bit of light relief at the end of a quite intense day. So I'll try and share it.
See if it works. All right. Just streaming it.
Oh, we can hear it.
I think that's it, if you want to do full screen. Or do I need to do full screen?
I think I'm on full screen.
Oh, Jen, you need to leave yourself not unmuted, otherwise you can't hear it.
With each species on another for survival. Much is known about those animals frequently found on the surface of the What are those found deep below, such as this, the native white-clawed crayfish? White-clawed crayfish are a secretive species, playing an important part in preserving the balance of the food chains of our waterways, feeding on invertebrates, and being a good food source for larger mammals and birds. Once common across Britain, this valuable animal is now endangered, and the reason for the disappearance of this species looks remarkably familiar. At first glance, you would not be blamed for thinking that this animal is one of our elusive white-clawed crayfish. However, you would be mistaken. It may be a crayfish, but this is something else entirely. Signal crayfish. Look how it reaches up, defending itself against a predator above the water. The Southwest Crayfish Project agreed to help me get a closer look. Traps are baited with fish to entice the signal crayfish, with oils tantalizingly seeping out into the water. Signal crayfish are known as a menace to anglers. They often sneak up to fishing lines and steal the bait right off the hook. This means when we place the traps into the river, we are confident that we will be successful in catching this bold and brassy species. These traps are carefully placed close to a large tree in a deep section of the river. Crayfish tend to be found in crevices underneath rocks or in between tree roots, so this is an ideal place to set our trap. It must be tied securely to the bank to prevent our catch being washed away, and equally important is the care taken to remove the trap on our return some hours later. trap is untied and carefully lifted out of the water, ensuring that no crayfish escape from the hole in the end of the trap. When the traps are collected some hours later and carefully removed from the river, we are not disappointed. Once a trap set in this particular river would have been filled with native crayfish, but now the system is full of the North American signals, which immediately attempt to escape from our trap. Although they look similar to our native white-clawed crayfish, they are much larger and tend to disrupt the delicate balance of aquatic populations, such as invertebrates and fish within our waterways. They also do incredible damage to riverbanks and foundations of dams, as they create extensive burrows, which often cause the banks to collapse. Maddie Rees from the Bristol Conservation and Science Foundation and Martin Frayling from the Environment Agency explain how this species has affected our native crayfish populations.
This is a North American signal crayfish, and at first glance they seem to have quite distinctive features, with bright red undersides to their claws and often a white turquoise blue signal spot on the top side of their claws. However, it's a common misconception that they're easy to identify because they actually vary greatly in colour from individual to individual, and so they can be confused with native crayfish, for example, the white-clawed crayfish. They were brought over because of their size, and they grow to about double the size of native crayfish, so they were brought over in the 70s for the fishing industry, and they escaped, as with lots of animals that were brought over in that time period, and because they're bigger and more aggressive than our native crayfish, they've done really, really well. And we've actually lost about 70% of native crayfish in the southwest because of signal crayfish and other non-native crayfish, and also a disease called crayfish plague.
One of the big issues with the Environment Agency is illegal trapping for crayfish. To trap crayfish, you require an authorization from the Environment Agency, otherwise it's illegal. And this must not be confused with a rod license because they are two completely separate entities. In order to get details on these authorizations, you should look up the Environment Agency website or contact the local offices. One of the main reasons why we regulate so tightly the trapping of signal crayfish is for the conservation of our native species, which is greatly endangered, and also to help prevent the spread of crayfish plague.
Crayfish plague is a fast killer of native white-clawed crayfish. As a fungal-like disease, it can potentially infect muddy boots or other equipment, such as angling flies, nets, or traps. Before I could go in search of the endangered white-clawed crayfish, the Southwest Crayfish Project ensured my boots were thoroughly disinfected to make sure there was no chance of plague getting into a waterway with white-clawed crayfish. It can quickly wipe out an entire population. Preventing the spread of this disease is imperative to protect our native crayfish. It is something that everyone can help with by thoroughly drying out footwear after visiting lakes and rivers, as the disease spores need moisture to survive. After seeing signals firsthand, I joined the Southwest Crayfish Project on a translocation. Here, they collect native white-clawed crayfish from wild populations which are at risk of being infiltrated by signal crayfish or by crayfish plague before rehoming them in safe sites, which are called arks. The team work hard to catch enough crayfish to create a new population in an ark site. They tirelessly search by hand in the cold water to catch adults hiding under rocks in the river. In deeper areas, traps are used, catching larger adults which are vital to ensure that the new population have animals which are mature enough to breed. Once all the animals have been collected, they are measured and gender and health checked.
Male, 45.2.
Female, 33.5 with black.
Male, 40.3. Beginning to white claw. Female, 28.2. Just starting to glare. Just. You can see blueness across here, but when they really get into condition, when it gets older, they will get white and blue areas down the sides.
The animals are then carefully packed together in a protected cool box by the river. Before being transported by car to a safe new home. On arrival, the crayfish are released into an area of good habitat to start a brand new life, safe from the dangers threatening their old home. Rehoming these animals may not be enough. I ventured behind the scenes at Bristol Zoo Gardens to see the Southwest Crayfish Project's innovative research and breeding facility. Juveniles are carefully monitored, and research is being undertaken to determine the best methods of rearing these animals from newborns to a size large enough to potentially release them into the wild. Research into behaviour, dietary preference, and environmental parameters is being undertaken to ensure that the captive crayfish have the best chance of successfully breeding within the facility. The crayfish in the facility are checked regularly for any signs of disease. The facility itself acts as an arc site, ensuring there is a population that can not only breed and potentially be used to stop wild populations, but also ensures there is a completely biosecure population removed from the risk of contracting crayfish plague. These juveniles are about 2 years old and are large enough to potentially release into the wild without a risk of other animals predating on them. Crayfish can live for about 12 years. However, they have a number of predators, and the first stage of crayfish life is the most precarious time for them. I was lucky enough to witness some babies hatching while at the facility. Unlike many animals, white-clawed crayfish breed around October or November when the water temperatures drop. The females protectively carry a clutch of eggs under the broad tail all through the cold winter months. During the breeding season, it is important to keep the females in good condition and limit factors that may stress the individual animals. A fast increase or decrease in temperature will result in the female losing her eggs, and they only breed once a year. Plenty of refuges are provided in the tanks for both the mother and also the young. Twin wall plastic and gravel works particularly well as a shelter for newly hatched crayfish. The female moves slowly to ensure that she does not damage her eggs. Look closely, and you can see the repetitive throbbing motion of her eggs. This is caused by some specially designed limbs called swimmerets, which continually brush over the eggs to keep them supported and safe. When the water temperatures warm around May and June, the eggs begin to hatch, and the Southwest Crayfish Project team must check the females regularly. After the eggs hatch, the baby crayfish cling to their mother's tail while she protects them from predators such as fish, which would feast on the tiny newborn babies. After a few days, the babies become stronger and will let go of their mother's tails to crawl away into the dark crevices beneath rocks and under tree roots. As the final baby releases its grip on the mother's tail, a chemical reaction occurs like a switch going on inside the adult female, and her protective behavior will stop. She will start to hunt for food. If the baby crayfish have not successfully hidden, she will eat them, despite having cared for them over the past 8 months. These babies are the future for this species, and they are smaller than a 5p piece. The conservationists are working hard to protect and conserve this valuable species and ensure that our waterways remain healthy. Join the fight to help our British crayfish be here for our future generations to see in the wild.
That is super cute.
That's my daughter a long time ago. That just shows how long ago that was made, because that's my girl when she was 3 and now she's nearly 13.
Oh wow, that's amazing though.
But it's still, I mean, you know, it still stands today and the project's still.
Not to say that the process hasn't changed, really, has it?
It hasn't changed at all. But yeah, there we go.
Oh, fantastic.
Some of you stayed with us, so thanks for that.
No, there's still 52 people, so.
Yeah.
Wow, brilliant. Right, well, I think we'll probably best wind up now then. Everyone can go and take it easy after sitting and staring at a screen all day.